The Deputy Speaker.
Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelele ilizwe letu nabantu balo omasile ukulungu kipondo letu. Nkosi sikelele I Afrika, klina abantwana bayo, kokele in kokeli zayo, yenike ukolo I Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Order. Good morning to all the members, to the executive, to our guests, and to the press. A very warm welcome to you here today. I trust that everyone has been connected to participate in order to be able to participate in today's sitting in terms of Rule 1A of the standing rules with regards to those members that are in remote sittings. All the members who are present here today, both here in the chamber as well as on Microsoft Teams, have all the privileges and immunities that are imparted by law. Members who are considered to be out of order by the presiding officer will have their microphones muted and called to order. As ruled by the presiding officer in the sitting on the House on 23 April 2020, no interjections will be permitted during the debate. In this regard, I will also wish to draw the attention of honourable members to Rule 40 of our standing rules. We will now proceed with orders of the day. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on the Premier's address.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I've received a copy of the Premier's address delivered in the House on Thursday, 22nd of October 2020. The address is printed in the minutes of the proceedings, and I now place it before the House for debate. I recognise the Honourable Member Windvogel. Member Windvogel, can you hear us?
Speaker? Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear you clearly. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker, Premier, honourable members and Leader of the official opposition. Speaker, the province waited with bated breath to hear the Premier's vision for the Western Cape after the severe impact of COVID-19 on the economy and people's livelihoods. The Premier failed to rise to the occasion. There's nothing new he presented. Instead, he spent a lot of time reporting back on his government lackluster response to COVID-19. The theme of his speech was courage to get the job done. In fact, he mentioned the word courage 39 times in the speech. How I wish he had the courage to tell the people how his government undermined the relentless efforts of the national government to save people's lives, while the Western Cape government undermined hard lockdown regulation. This resulted in the province being the COVID-19 epicenter and remained so until they introduced a new testing strategy that only focused on those who are over 55. The Premier did not have the courage to reflect the observation made in the peril that the sharp economic downturn resulting from the health response to COVID-19 is expected to have the greatest adverse effect on low-income households. In this part of the Western Cape community, the impact is expected to be experienced, particularly equitably eroding the progress made in reducing extreme poverty in the world since 1990. While documents at his disposal show him that poverty, hunger and inequality are increasing in the Western Cape, he failed to demonstrate courage to address these pathologies. I was struck by the interesting line that the Premier used in his speech. He said, open quote, "While we cannot control what is decided at other levels of government, we can be brave here." Close quote. Was this his way of admitting that the right-wing DA faction in the city of Cape Town is more powerful than he? Where was his bravery and courage to call out Dan Plato and J.P. Smith when they created a concentration camp for the homeless people at Strandfontein during the lockdown? The report by Doctors Without Borders on health conditions in the Strandfontein concentration camp for homeless people found that there were a number of violations of international humanitarian standards with significant risk for the health and safety of residents of the shelter. It found that homeless people were at the risk of negative health outcomes, including causes and transmission of COVID-19, TB, and other communicable disease. Yet there was no courage to call out this cruel treatment of the homeless people. Speaker, I want to urge the Premier to have the courage to say the real story of the Western Cape COVID-19 response. The objective of the national government was to save life and preserve livelihoods in the Western Cape. Focus was solely on saving the economy. This is the reason why during the peak of infection, the Premier made reckless calls for the national government to lift the ban on sale of alcohol and tobacco products, despite the obvious risks. Only yesterday did the Premier realize that we were correct in our position that the ban on the sales of alcohol should not be lifted. Yesterday he cried that bushfires are starting to emerge. These are due to super spread like Tin Roof nightclub in Claremont, where the Western Cape government tracked 89 cases of COVID-19 infections from an event at the club. This includes 38 grade 12 learners. Health Minister Mkhize has said that in the last 2 weeks there has been a 42% increase in new infections in the Western Cape, while there is a resurgence of COVID-19 infections, both in the country and Western Cape in particular, as well as in other countries globally. The Western Cape government is at it again, making other reckless calls on the national government to scrap the red list of high-risk countries and allow international travelers into South Africa. The real story of COVID-19 infection was shared by Dr. Jantjie Dalliard, head of the Division of Infectious Disease at the Stellenbosch University. He said that the current data suggests that the poor areas in South Africa have been hit the hardest by the COVID-19 infection. He said figures show that the coronavirus has infected twice as many South Africans living in poor areas compared to those residing in wealthier suburbs, and that the living conditions in informal settings make it very challenging to contain the virus due to difficult socio-economic circumstances, such as overcrowding and the sharing of communal taps and toilets. Speaker, the Premier must have the courage to admit that he's failed the poor in the province and that he does not have a plan to address the socio-economic circumstances that made the poor more vulnerable to the pandemic. Knowing him, we will not be surprised if the Premier fails to tell this House and the province that he failed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Minister Mayor.
Honourable members of the Provincial Cabinet and my Cabinet colleague, Minister Fritz here in the House, Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition and leaders of the other official political parties in this legislature, Honourable members of the legislature, special guest members of the public. I rise to take part in the debate of the best Premier in South Africa, Alan Winde. Honourable Deputy Speaker, yesterday the Premier shared our whole of government and whole of society journey and the courage to get the job done. Under his leadership, this government has the courage to effect change, in his own words, because every life must matter. The Premier is serious in his words and in his deeds when he said, and I quote, "When you invest and focus on a common goal, anything is possible," unquote. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in agriculture, we have a common goal, and we will continue to invest in agriculture because, like the Premier, agriculture believes everything is possible. 'n boer maak 'n plan. During lockdown, agriculture was declared as an essential service, and our farmers and our farm workers and producers continue with production, distribution, and sale of agriculture. And so during COVID-19, agriculture continued to feed the nation. We salute the farmers and the farm workers of South Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted that government must also create the appropriate environment for farming and for agriculture to flourish. The Western Cape agriculture sector did not emerge unscathed, Honourable Deputy Speaker, from the COVID-19 pandemic. There were disruptions in value chains, loss of market share, increase of cost of compliance, and even changing consumption patterns to a weakening exchange rate. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we believe that the agricultural sector will lead the economic recovery of the economy of the Western Cape and the job creation. There are currently 6,937 commercial and 9,844 small farmers in this province. And according to the 2020 first quarter labor force survey by Stats SA, there are 254,000 agri-workers and another 230,000 agri-processing workers in the Western Cape. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these numbers represent 28% of all agricultural workers in South Africa and 17.2% of the Western Cape labour force. The total agriculture value production amounted to 43.8 billion rand in 2018. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the contribution to the Western Cape economy by the agricultural sector, its forward and backwards linkages is equal to 11% of the gross value add of the provincial economy. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in the period of 2008 and 2018, the real value of agricultural exports has grown by 6.4% per year, with the result that the Western Cape now export 50%. Mr. Peter Maree, 50% of all South Africa's agricultural export products come from a province that you also represent in this chamber. 8 of the top 10 export products from the province is either essential agricultural commodities of value-added products such as wine. It is therefore not strange that agriculture is the most competitive of all the sectors in each of the 5 districts in this province. The second most crucial sector of the rural economy is tourism, often making use of agricultural infrastructure. Agriculture is key to the economic growth in this province, as well as in the 5 districts. Hence, while the South African GDP contracted 51% during the second quarter of this year, the value of agricultural production in the first quarter, Madam Deputy Speaker, increased by 28% and 15% in the second quarter. Agriculture, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is the ideal position to lead the post-COVID-19 recovery of the Western Cape economy. Agriculture, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is now positioned to create jobs and to contribute to the safety, the dignity, and the well-being of the people in the Western Cape. The Department of Agriculture in the Western Cape will now be focusing on increase agricultural production in a sustainable manner. We will do so also by improving food security and safety, transform the agriculture inclusive sector, and innovative and resilient rural economies. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Department has also now identified certain projects ready for implementation during 2021 and 2021-2022 financial years. These are the commodity approach, food security, rural safety interventions, agri-worker interventions, the establishment of Lucerne at Ebenezer, the irrigation of the Brandvlei Dam, irrigation development at Buffeljacht Dam, invasive alien clearing, support to our vulnerable industries, erosion stabilization and river protection, stock watering systems, upgrading and refurbishing of irrigation canals, fire breaks, fencing for area-wide planning, and the further appointment of interns. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Department of Agriculture's One Home, One Garden campaign plays a significant role in encouraging and assisting qualifying households to establish vegetable gardens. To date, we have established 2,589 vegetable gardens across the Western Cape. Through this campaign, I've been mostly inspired by people. One such person is Natasha Johannes from Mitchell's Plain. We established a vegetable garden from a dumping site. Natasha Johannes started a community garden 5 years ago after being diagnosed with colon cancer. She needed to eat fresh vegetables as the cancer caused her to feel weak and tired. She was unemployed at the time and could not afford to buy vegetables. She then identified a dumping site behind her house as a space to convert it into a vegetable garden. Supported by her husband, Jerome, they approached the city of Cape Town to gain access to the land, and with the support of the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, the dumping site has been replaced with a thriving community vegetable garden. I'm pleased that Minister Fritz is aware of these developments. I was joined by the Premier recently in this place. In Natasha's own words, the vegetable garden is her passion, and she now teaches communities as far afield as Bonteheuwel.
Please finish off, Minister.
To grow these vegetables. Lastly, Honourable Deputy Speaker, this government has now the courage to drive the economy and working through farmers and farm workers to stimulate not only the economic growth, but also safety, dignity, and well-being. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I'd just like to check before we move on, if Honourable Clerk actually is online. If he's managed to get back in time. I know he was on a flight. And I'm going to then, is he here? No, there I recognize the
No,
Honourable
he's
Chief
not.
Whip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, may I rise on a
Yes.
point of procedure, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I got a message from the EFF after the debate had started to ask whether there could be a change to the speakers list and replace Honourable Tseho with Honourable Makamba Botia. However, given the late notice, I've not been able to engage with all party leaders to check whether the change is acceptable. And therefore, I'd like to ask now whether there are any objections if we can amend the speakers list.
Okay, I'm willing to take that up. Are there any objections to amending the speakers list as per the request of the Chief Whip?
No.
No, it doesn't seem to be, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much.
No
Then we'll then amend the speakers list accordingly to replace Honourable Tseho with Honourable Makamba Botia as the third speaker in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. I recognize Honourable Makamba Botia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The speech delivered by the Western Cape Premier yesterday was not only uninspiring, but a waste of time. It was devoid of substance in all aspects and lacked any real solutions to the challenges we face as a province. Perhaps he should have consulted the oppositions for input in this regard. The Premier's speech, like that delivered by his Provincial Finance Minister the day before, did not provide solutions to economic challenges affecting the province. Instead, what they did was to leave the economic recovery plan in the hands of the invisible hand of the market, with the hope that the unguided and unassisted private sector will steer the province out of this economic crisis. The very same government is not doing enough to assist businesses recover from economic losses experienced during the period of hard lockdown. Instead, they're playing a blame gaming by pointing everything on national government. We are told that the province must anticipate some 150,000 jobs, whilst only 20,000 new jobs will be created through the so-called rapid intervention with the Premier, which the Premier has no clue what it is even today. He further mentioned that the provincial government will freeze non-critical posts while the children of your cabinet ministers are provided with jobs in government through patronage and nepotism. One thing that COVID-19 taught us was the future is uncertain and we must adopt innovative and viable options to draw income and keep the economy going, to respond to the issue of employment effectively in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. The provincial government must create an enabling environment for youth to be able to utilize technology, innovative ways to generate economic income. This can only be championed through investing in proper research. The Premier further mentioned that everyone in the province, despite their birth circumstances, can live a life of true value. I find this to be ironic under this government that illegally evict the poor and use excessive force to make sure that they remain homeless. The same government which is currently appealing a positive judgment of the High Court seeking to guide and direct it on how to address the issues of spatial planning in the Tafelberg matter. The housing disinfection project announced by your government early this year to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 in a number of congested informal settlements became history before it even began, because your government chose to cut the housing budget by more than 200 million. This is in line with your so-called prioritization plan, where outcomes are achieved through doing less by effectively prioritizing the interest of the rich and the white and the expense of the poor. Moreover, your speech failed to mention how your government planned to tackle the ever-increasing crime in the province. This is so because you know very well that your so-called safety plan is nothing but a wasteful and a fruitless venture that will never produce any positive outcome. The Western Cape Township are currently under siege from marauding gangs and crimes who are going around demanding protection fees from local business whilst your government remain idle. It is also shocking that your speech failed to take note of the current resurgence of the COVID-19 infections taking place in the nightclubs and some public spaces in the province. This is Deputy Speaker, is there a point of order?
Honourable Member, just 1 minute. I see there's a hand up by the Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to ask whether it's parliamentary for the Honourable Member to refer to the Premier as you. Should this not go via the Chair?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Makama Bochia. We have to refer, and remember, we're all honourable members here. So can you please refer to the Premier either as Premier or as Honourable Premier? Thank you very much.
Noted, Deputy Speaker. I've taken note of that. It is also shocking that the speech of the Premier failed to take note of the current resurgence of COVID-19 infections taking place in nightclubs and some public spaces in the province. This is so because the Premier do not care about human life, but how your friends in business can generate more financial income through the opening of the national borders. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makama Bochia. I now recognise Honourable Member Botha.
Deputy Speaker, in a decision where residents has no voice, 150,000 jobs were sacrificed in our province. For 6 months, we had no choice but to stay safe and stay home. Consequently, on the 16th of October, we remembered World Food Day during a time when many more people in our country had less to eat than what they had just a year ago, and poverty levels have sadly deepened. Fortunately, following the special address by the Premier, I note that this DA-led Western Cape have championed the humanitarian work stream and provided over 15 million meals, delivered 800,000 medicine parcels to the vulnerable, along with building South Africa's first state-of-the-art field hospital. Deputy Speaker, I have no doubt in the confidence of the Economic Recovery Plan to further these groundbreaking achievements under the commitment to making brave decisions in its Economic Recovery Plan. In addition, I'm able to draw attention of the House to the following remarks by Professor Salim Karim, the country's leading epidemiologist, when he said that this country learned from the Western Cape. It became the teacher and showcased decisive leadership in keeping infections low. Well done, Premier and the Western Cape government. This week, the High Court ruled that all provinces, except that of the Western Cape, have reversed on their obligation to provide early childhood development centres with their subsidies prior, during and post-lockdown. ECD centres not only provide foundational educational resources, but offers jobs for many and is a key factor in our socio-educational setting, a fact that only this DA-led Western Cape took to heart. In the Western Cape, your education, development, health, your dignity matters and forms a central part of the Provincial Economic Recovery Plan. I wish to thank and pay sincere homage to every frontline worker and our residents who have sacrificed in helping us move forward from the disastrous effects of COVID-19. Deputy Speaker, the reality is South Africa has been in need of a recovery plan and hard decisions before the COVID-19 pandemic. The current battered economic climate can only be blamed on too many years of poor implementation of economic policy by the national government. Since infrastructure-led growth formed a central part of the national recovery strategy, allow me to explain. Today, the percentage of schools in South Africa that comply with the minimum physical infrastructure stands at a mere 59% after 20 years of prioritizing education under the ANC-led government. I make this example to showcase that we have had the opportunity for infrastructure-led growth to the benefit of more than just learners. Only now the national government realized one could supplement schools with assistance and create jobs, something that the DA-led government has embarked on during the pandemic to ensure the smooth function of classrooms within its existing budget, and was able to pay over 1,000 assistants a stipend. Deputy Speaker, however, the unions have insight on the new plan around teaching assistance from the national government. This surely cannot be inclusive growth. This government has already planned and understood its role in creating growth and development to the benefit of all our citizens. In fact, at the start of 2021, we will again experience an influx of learners to the Western Cape seeking better education opportunities. Yet the increase in budget we so desperately need to accommodate learners has been neglected year on year. We have been forced to make hard decisions in the Western Cape because the ANC is poor at implementation of economic reconstruction plans for more than 20 years. And that is sadly our reality. Here in the Western Cape, we have moved beyond the implementation stage of our previous administrators. We were thus able to provide the best care despite the precarious conditions of COVID-19 and were thus able to table the first real recovery plan. A plan that seeks to restore dignity and one where residents and business alike are supported and where there are prepared healthcare systems for the vulnerable. We are not out to protect our position in government. Our legacy will be one of innovation through tough times. Deputy Speaker, our plan places our province's people, their needs and well-being first. And we will hold, and as the DA, we will hold the Premier and his executive accountable to the transparent and courageous pursuit thereof. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has decimated economies across the globe. Economic growth has collapsed and unemployment queues are growing everywhere. South Africa has not been spared this misery and neither is the Western Cape. I agree with the Premier that we need to be bold and courageous if we are to navigate our way from this unplanned and unforeseen crisis and its devastating impact. But we also need to be meticulous. We need to be meticulous about what we will do, when we will do it, and what we expect to achieve. Unfortunately, the Premier has not been meticulous. The Premier presented broad-sweeping old promises that failed to meet the crisis. The Premier is literally putting lipstick on a pig. These are not bold and courageous plans. These are the same plans being presented to us for the third time, camouflaged with new labels. On the 18th of July last year, the Premier addressed this Parliament for the first time. He committed to creating jobs, he committed to ensuring a dignified life for each and every resident, and he committed to safety. Likewise, at the State of the Province address in Mitchell's Plain on the 20th of February this year. We have been promised a job in every household. We were promised an environment conducive to growth and jobs. We were promised a support package for small businesses, including an SME booster fund. We were promised red tape reduction. We were promised a streamlined and smaller government. We were promised an energy secure future. We have already been promised a game-changing minibus taxi project to incentivize improved public transport. We were promised integrated housing and affordable housing opportunities in proximity to our economic centres. We were promised enhanced commuter rail. We were promised a Premier's Priority Committee on Safety, and then it became a safety plan and a safety cabinet. Yesterday, the Premier's special address to Parliament was just recycled ideas we've heard all before. Now, there's nothing wrong, Deputy Speaker, with choosing a strategy and staying the course. But why present the ideas as something new and as being in response to the biggest crisis of our time? Why not report to this Parliament what these old plans have achieved to date, how they will be strengthened to respond to the crisis? The one bold and courageous idea we should have heard a lot more about was the funding of an infrastructure program through borrowing. I agree that we need our own version of the New Deal, a massive infrastructure-led economic growth and employment program. But because the Premier was not meticulous, this was presented as some vague pie-in-the-sky idea rather than a well-thought-out plan with details as to what infrastructure would be built, where, for what value, and for what cost-benefit. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape government is becoming a government of announcements. The people of this province deserve real plans and the meticulous details. Bold and courageous intervention can be staying the course with tried and tested plans, but we need to hear how these plans have been implemented, what they have achieved to date, and how they can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I now recognise Honourable Minister Fritz.
Yeah.
Oh, Deputy Speaker, good morning. All protocol observed because I have very little time, so I hope everyone forgives me for that. I just want to start off by saying that, you know, in this province, and I want to emphasize in this province, the ANC and the EFF have become completely irrelevant. That's why they talk this absolute drivel that they spoke, because they must go to Hanover Park and to Mitchell's Plain and ask the people the impact of the innovation of this Premier and of his speech. And then they must come back here. Same with Brett Heron. He must really, Honourable Brett Heron, must really come out of Sea Point and get into Hanover Park and hear how people feel safe for a change that they haven't felt for a long time.
I'm in
because of
Hanover
this
Park more
premium.
than you.
So they become completely irrelevant. And I don't think we must waste time with actually focus. We must just keep focus and go deliver to the people and stop listening to these irrelevant people. So of late, I've drawn strength, Honorable Deputy Speaker, from Ralph Waldo Emerson. He's a famous philosopher from America, his famous words is, what lies behind us and what lies ahead of us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. And I really want to today draw on that within us spirit and within the spirit of the Premier, who's really taken he's taken the lead up front to take us and to take the team with him, and not only our team, to actually take the opposition with him, to take our own caucus with him in changing the way people live, in giving dignity, jobs, and safety to our communities. So these words resonate deeply with me, as last week I reconnected with my hometown, Hanover Park. I went there to participate in the redeployment of our LEAP officers following a spate of shootings the previous week that left 2 people dead and 11 people injured. And I tell you, it was such a proud moment to see our LEAP officers that Brett Heron doesn't have a clue about. Honorable Brett Heron doesn't have a clue about. When you see them stand and line up on parade and young kids admire them, they're not admiring the 28 gangs, not the 26 gangs. They're admiring these law enforcement officers standing on parade. And I'm proud to say that since the deployment of LEAP officers to Hanover Park, supported by amazing Colonel Fredericks, a man with absolute wisdom, the acting station commander of Philippi Police Station, and Alderman van der Reden and Alderman J.P. Smith, there has been a significant decrease in shooting incidents, and we have begun to see change in the attitude of residents in that area. There is an improved sense of safety returning to a community long terrorized by gangsters. Unfortunately, as we said, a significant decrease. This week, we had the first incidents of 2 shooting incidents, and immediately the police acted. The Colonel Fredericks acted immediately. Deputy Speaker, when Premier launched the Western Cape Safety Plan, he made an unequivocal commitment to using every tool at his disposal to make our community safer, and the successes in Hanover Park are a testament to this. Now what, the Honorable Brett Heron or the ANC and the EFFs, they have no clue, because when they become MPs, then it seems they move out of the areas. The deployment of LEAP in Hanover Park is no flash in a pan either. The deployment will last for as long as needed to put a stop to the violence and to restore the legitimacy of the state. Because remember, the trust deficit has increased, and we try to rebuild that trust deficit, Deputy Speaker. These deployments will not be done on a whim. They will be informed by up-to-date crime pattern analysis from SAPS, and will rely on the local data to ensure that we target crime. So we can't have officials in the area. We have to monitor it all the time, stabilize the area, and really take note of the data of that area. We are enthusiastic about the strong partnership we have built with both SAPS and the city, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let it be on record that there is no competition between LEAP officers and SAPS. SAPS must take the lead in fighting gangs and crime. They take the lead. It's under their command. In turn, we will continue building partnerships. It is in fact juvenile and misleading for the ANC, the EFF, and Good to argue otherwise. As Premier Windy outlined in his recovery plan, safety is a crucial component in the face of this COVID pandemic. We can't revive the economy if our people are too scared to go to work, to use public transport, to go to the shop. We cannot enjoy the many individual, we cannot employ the many individuals who lost their jobs due to the lockdown. If industries are not, if they're held hostage by criminals and thugs. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will ensure that the safety initiatives highlighted by Premier Windy, such as the deployment of an additional 500 LEAP officers, covering all 10 officers, Honorable Truth Speaker, Honorable my friend Christians, all 10 gang-infected hotspot areas, The amendments to the Western Cape Liquor Authority will get special impetus as we are in fact looking to employ a specialist advocate or attorney to just focus and drive the liquor amendments and to look at innovative ways to open the economy, as my colleague next to me will say, and to make sure that we don't have consultants in between who, the system. We need to get quicker ways of getting licenses, but responsible ways of dealing with alcohol harms. The deployment of 1,000 safety ambassadors. These are different. Safety ambassadors are young people in schools and in many of our municipalities. So I think a very, very important point. And 120 peace officers will be deployed to about 5 municipalities, Deputy Speaker. The safety plan itself is composed of law enforcement arm and violence prevention arm. We will not achieve our aim of halving the murder rate over the next 10 years and reduce violence in the province through additional law enforcement alone. The entire purpose of the safety plan is to reduce crime by addressing the roots of crime. And I want to quickly tell a story. It's not in the speech. There are 2 young boys in Laingsburg that was found by an active council called Lindy Potgieter in that town. And before they were locked up, what she did, she begged me when I was MEC with one of our great social workers there for social development. She said, please save these kids. And she took them into her home. You know, I just want to report back. Yesterday, she phoned me, Premier, and she said to me, Deputy Speaker, crying, that boy, the one boy got 100% for 2 subjects too. The others are all, now you know, 80 is an A. 80%, he just got 80s, but 100% for 2 subjects. This is what our violent prevention problem is. This is the program. In this regard, and in that example, our area-based teams is that model that will bring together schools, social workers, psychologists, doctors, because it's safety is a health issue, man, a public health issue, faith-based organizations, local government, to ensure that we permanently stop violence plaguing our communities. But it starts with changing around the institutional violence within all of us. And I spoke, remember, drawing on the strength of me. Now, on every child, we have amazing strength, and that is what we're drawing to. Going forward, Deputy Speaker, my department will be engaging with district and local municipalities on the establishment of area-based teams also for the rural areas. Honorable Tertius will remind us to not forget about the rural areas. So we're not just in the city. And
Finish
I
off,
want
Minister.
to also just last in conclusion say, we hope that everyone will come on board, the ANC, the EFF, good, my dear friend, on ICDP, my other dear friend will come on board in saving and changing around the way violence has been perpetrated in this place. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I recognize Honourable Member Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it was very concerning yesterday, and rightfully so, when the Premier said that the country's economy is shrinking and that unemployment is growing. But Speaker, the problem is when our provincial budgets are cut. And as the Premier mentioned yesterday, that the people on the ground are suffering. And Deputy Speaker, it's so unfortunate that we know that money at national government are stolen, wasted, and also missing. And this is the heart sore story. But Deputy Speaker, let me say I share the sentiments of our Premier by thanking everybody in the province for playing their role. If you go to malls and if you go to places, you see people playing the role. And they said the significant thing is because everybody is complying to the regulations. Not all over, but on most of the places that we've gone through. But especially we also as the ACDP want to thank our frontline workers, people that's committed to fight this pandemic. This morning in the Cape Times, Premier must explain why the headline says Windy, McKeezy differ on Western Cape COVID stats. Headlines of the paper. And what is national government's interpretation? Where do they get their figures from? And where do the Premier get his figures from? But Premier, I also heard you saying yesterday, Deputy Speaker, that you want a seat at the table of the wage bargaining table, and I think rightfully so. But as a legislature, we also need a table when it comes to spending our money on leap officers. As a community safety standing committee, as a legislature, we have no oversight, and yet we give money to that. We need to get reports to say what is done, where it's done. We need to have a say when money is spent on leap officers. And we need to say, like I said, a seat at the table when it comes to that. Because I want to agree with Minister Fritz. You know, the other day I've been in Manenberg, and you can see the officers, law enforcement officers around, because we need to get our people to work, but they need to feel safe when they go to work. But we cannot just hear from it in the newspapers. We need to get actively involved as a legislature and as a standing committee. Premier, I also want to bring to your attention, and under the attention of Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Meyer, that yesterday, while you were making your speech, I believe, and I know I don't want to play politics with this, but yet again, farm workers was evicted from farms in Drakenstein. Others were receiving evicted notices. And the problem is, colleagues phoned me to tell me that these people gave their prime of their life on those farms, 40 years, 30 years, and now they are evicted. I don't know the details, and I said I'll bring it to the attention of Minister Meyer, and maybe if I get more details, we can discuss it. But we're talking about dignity, we're talking about respect, and if it's, if it's lawful or not, and I think as a government, we must really look at, because I just did some research, there was a lot done there, and there's a lot of politics being played, but I'm talking about serious issues of children being evicted, families being evicted.
Finish off, Honourable Member.
I'll finish over the following. I want to say, as an education committee, we went to all the schools. PPEs were all in order. The one concern was the shoddy work done by contractors, not even in the Western Cape, and principals trying to get those people to fix the schools properly. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognise Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Premier, unfortunately, yesterday once again became the bearer of bad news. No fault of his own, of course. National government decided to cut our budget allocation once more to feed the ever-increasing homicidal impulses of corrupt SOEs. Without money, your promises, Premier, will remain what it says, promises. Efficiency, spending cuts, and a new delivery model is fine. It's okay. But you missed one vital fifth element of your plan. And that I want to tell you. And the minister sitting over there, Minister Meyer, mentioned it. Subsidiarity. He said that's your policy. I hope you would have mentioned it yesterday. Subsidiarity is the same as our policy in the Freedom Front. It calls for greater autonomy, greater federal autonomy, so you can run your own affairs. We are now at the calling of national government. We have a three-headed monster there. We have the ANC, we have COSATU, we have the SACP, and now they've got a kindergarten called the EFF that sort of direct things in their favor. Premier, we are under the influence of a red brigade, and the ANC dance to their tune at the moment. Let's break the chains of domination and submission that central government has over us. Let us free ourselves politically, economically. You have the ideas. We have competent ministers here. We have competent members of all parties. But we are chained to an incompetent clan, hell-bent on enriching themselves at national level. Premier, safety, I know you promised a safety plan. Thank you, Minister Fritz, for what you have attempted to do. But let's face it, your plans are still subject to confirmation by the National Minister of Police. I mean, if they don't give you money, then you don't have money. And if we have your own money, I want to wait and see what Mr. Mania is going to promise us. Thank you for that, I'll remind you. You said so. I want to ask you, Minister, Premier Fritz, you spoke about, maybe I'm futuristic. Premier, I want to ask you, I hope your spatial plan is not a copy of Patricia de Lille's spatial plan. She's withholding the land. She's not giving us the land. Wingfield, Kensington, all those open land is in her control. I want to know if you want densification. Do you want to bring unemployed people to where the work is supposed to be? Or are you prepared to take the work where the people are? So I want also to say, what do you do
Finish
about,
off, Honourable Member.
I want you to consider establishing an unemployment agency where people can go and register if they are unemployed, so that there's a bridge between available jobs and job seekers. Everybody don't have internet to look for jobs. We need an agency. I want you to consider that. But I also want you to consider to free ourselves from central government domination. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. I now recognise Honourable Lacker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The COVID-19 was a hard lesson to all. The unresolved inequities of the past came back to haunt us. COVID-19 exposed the disparities between the haves and the have-nots. COVID-19 hotspots were all in communities where poor people reside. This should be blamed on refusal of the DA to de-densify the densely populated communities and the deliberate decision to force people from these communities to self-isolate in the same houses they share with 3 or more family members. This was clearly part of the bigger strategy to drive herd immunity, which led to the Western Cape becoming the epicenter. In moving forward, the Premier told us about his ingredients for hope, which he says are recipes for real changes. These are to create jobs, build safer communities, and to ensure dignity and well-being of people. It is not clear how this will be achieved, as there is no coherent plan that has been presented. Moreover, unemployment, poverty, hunger, and inequality are on the rise in the province. In order to achieve this, the Premier needs courage to address the imbalances of the past, apartheid, spatial legacy, and economic disparities that are persistent in the province. It is really disappointing that it did not demonstrate any courage to address the real pathologies of the Western Cape: inequality, poverty, and unemployment. During his address yesterday, the Premier said something which struck me. He admitted that the Western Cape government is broke. There is no funding to invest in its recipe for real change, including plans for infrastructure projects. For the first time in the history of the province, government is considering taking loans from financial institutions. Premier, does this mean the Western Cape does not have funds in its reserves? Deputy Speaker, in the Premier's address of moonshots encouraged, he identified failing transport system as a stumbling block to the economy. He, however, did not dwell much on plans to help save the failing My City and Go George buses. I was also disappointed that he did not tell us how he would support the taxi industry as per the resolutions of the Provincial Lekgotla. Another impediment was safety. He correctly noted that many lives have been lost to violent crimes in the province. There are ongoing turf wars in the Cape Flats. There is also an emergence of new threat of extortion, especially in Khayelitsha, where emerging businesses have to pay protection fees. The Premier did not reflect on this yesterday. Perhaps he knew that we would ask, where is the 1 billion safety plan when gangs run amok in our communities? Funny enough, Minister Fritz says people of Mitchell's Plain are feeling comfortable. There's no such thing. People of Mitchell's Plain are living in fear as they get robbed, as their houses get burglared by the same gangsters. Where is this safety plan? Where is this thing that he talks about that people of Mitchell's Plain feel safe? We must not be engineers here. We must tell things as they are that the DA government has failed. There's no safety plan. It's just an empty strategy that is not even implemented properly. We must also ask, where is the 1,500 boots on the ground, which was later revised to 1,000 with no explanation? To date, only 438 officers are deployed, with some trained officers languishing at home with no salaries as they are not deployed. We welcome the initiative taken by the Khayelitsha Development Forum to mobilize society for a prayer session and to discuss safety challenges in Khayelitsha. The people have accepted that this government doesn't care about their plight. They are now organizing themselves. This is a vote of no confidence by the people of Khayelitsha on this useless DA regime. How useless can a government be if after spending hundreds of millions on a response to medical emergency, its public health care facilities remain poor in the state they were in before the crisis? The Western Cape spent most of the funds on temporary solutions like building field hospital, employing agency personnel, and renting beds space in private hospital. No investment was made to finding a lasting solution to our public healthcare challenges. While the Premier brags about building the Hospital of Hope in 6 weeks, he omits to tell us that the hospital was in operation between June and August, despite millions having been spent. In closing, Deputy Speaker, if the province is to recover from this major setback, the Premier must have courage to address inequalities, racism, and white privilege. He must be brave to take drastic decisions to reverse the apartheid spatial planning. The Tafelberg ruling presented him with an opportunity to achieve this. He can also choose to object to the plans to extend the lease of the Rondebosch Golf Club and use this land for low-cost housing. As he claims Victory for School nutrition program, he must acknowledge that the ANC was the first party to call for the program to continue during school closure. We are yet to hear the explanation on why the Western Cape refused to adopt a cooperative approach that included opposition parties in the same way that the president of the country did at national level. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lecker. I now recognise Honourable Brinkhuis.
Thank you, Speaker. The province consideration of an introduction of per unit per alcohol is not going to solve the drinking problem. The province must look at the accessibility to alcohol in our residential areas, beans, legal or illegal, along with drug dens, are on every street corner. Many near institutions of education, religious centers, and health facilities. The increase in price of the cheapest alcohol will not be effective. It's the accessibility to it. Stop the municipalities, stop the local municipalities, stop the DA-led city of Cape Town from giving permission to schools to sell liquor at school events. We have more beans than recreational facilities in our province. The province must address the real issues as it is on the ground. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brinkhuis. I now recognise Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, the Premier and residents of the Western Cape. The problem with Zoom is that you don't know who people are Zooming from. Because I think people are Zooming from other provinces because they don't know what's happening in the Western Cape. Without halving, the COVID-19 pandemic immediately led us to the fork in the road. A juncture of visa likes we have not experienced, and one where every government was compelled to choose to respond in one or two ways. Either remain in the comfort zone of the old routine or continue with the familiar, or innovate and meet the greatest challenge of our lifetime head on with bravery and courage. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in the Western Cape, we chose the latter. We've chosen to be brave. We've asked residents to partner with us in choosing to be courageous. And with this choice in mind, it is incumbent upon government to be honest, open and transparent at such a juncture. This is what we have done here in the Western Cape. Unlike other provinces, Premier Windys continues to take residents into the conference, Deputy Speaker. Member Makamba Boya, we are the only province to provide a regularly updated dashboard of COVID-19 data that drills right down to the details of our province's towns and suburbs. We've actually used technology. That's why I'm asking again, where are people zooming from? We therefore have been frank, Speaker, with the people of the Western Cape. We've prepared for the worst and communicated as such. We also told the truth about the economic hardships on the way. And although we've always hoped for the best, we're agile to make the changes to mitigate risks. Whilst we built Africa's largest field hospital, Member Lekker, a world-class facility, your ANC-led Gauteng still stand with a dismissed MEC of Health during a pandemic, and also with 28 senior management
1 minute,
positions
honourable
that are
member.
vacant.
1 minute.
Thank you,
Could you just
Deputy
take your seat? I recognise you, Honourable Sayed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order. Can the Honourable Mackenzie not speak directly? We know it is it's via MS Teams and not Zoom, but if you can speak through yourself as a Deputy Speaker. We know that his mind is on the weekend's Congress, and we wish him all of the best. But if he can rather speak through you, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
No, thank you,
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'll certainly speak via you. I'm glad Honourable Schalik get the point. And also with 28 senior management vacancies in Gauteng during a pandemic, while the Western Cape positions are filled. Honourable Deputy Speaker, whereas we are the first to provide relief to the arts and culture sector, now paid to deserving beneficiaries, not a cent has been paid by the ANC's Gauteng Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, Arts and Culture during a pandemic. So I don't know, again, where are the members steaming from? When this DA-led province was the first to provide regular PPE procurements available to the public, only thereafter did Minister Mboweni instruct other provinces to do so. In the absence of procurement fraud in the Western Cape, the President's own spokesperson, a member of the ANC's PEC, benefited from PPE tender to the tune of 125 million. That's the difference between the DA and the ANC. So Member Lekker, when there's no money, you know you're a member of good standing in the ANC, vra vir hulle om the oppo steel. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we regularize the key aspects of the turnaround strategy in the Western Cape underpinned by economic recovery, without which we cannot realize our job opportunities, dignity, well-being and safety. Yet instead of supporting provinces in the crucial attainment of these goals, national government remains hell-bent on bailing out state-owned entities and once again SAA to the tune of 10 billion. And on that point, Honourable Lekker via Deputy Speaker, just yesterday, the ANC government appointed former MP, failed MEC, failed National Party Member of Parliament, Renat Namakakane, to manage PRASA. Our trains are in disarray. Yet the ANC, of which Member Lekker is a member of good standing, appointed a failed ANC cadre to manage an entity with 15 billion rand loss to sort out our trains. That is the issues that this government continue to rise up against and deliver services for our people. So let's consider this, honourable members. The 10 billion to bail out SAA. That 10 billion is an opportunity cost lost. For that 10 billion, the national government could have built 50 brand new schools, 80 clinics, 20,000 new homes, 5 desalination plants to secure water, a precious commodity of which many provinces, including the Eastern Cape, currently suffers. Their ANC, of which Member Lekker is a member in good standing. That 10 billion would have provided COVID emergency relief grant for 6 months to cover 2 million people at a critical safety net. And Member Lekker, by you, Deputy Speaker, a member of that ANC, she's a member of, said absolutely nothing, zero, nix. The National Cabinet, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's a patronage-built cabinet of networks. Like I said yesterday, Member Ramatlakani, none of the ANC members, I can guarantee you, Deputy Speaker, if I go to Facebook now, they probably congratulated the failed MEC to manage the trains. And then these members are going to come in this house and say, but the trains are not running. The trains are not running because their failed MEC, failed Member of Parliament, who went to party, is now running an entity that has got a 15 billion rand loss. And that actually is the real story of members of this house. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Premier Ellen Windey is not one to shy away from tough calls and innovation in this government. And given the lack of leadership from the national government, from the president himself, we are still waiting for the billions. So remember, Lekker, the reason we have to go and borrow money, van hulle geld gesteel in Pretoria, that is the real reason, and you know the facts, because you serve on the committees as this parliament. Honorable members, as legislature, we must commit to rigorously oversee decisions of expenditure in this house. Speaker, I mentioned earlier, the Western Cape has taken a clear decision to do different things, and we match these challenges of the day. We have clear timelines, we have goals, we set milestones, we have actionable steps. In short, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have a bold, brave, new plan. But Pretoria offers us nothing. They just fail to deliver continuously. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Van Vogel, again, where are members steaming from? She said the Western Cape was lackluster. Now, if we were lackluster, I don't know what the word is for the ANC government, because by all accounts, we were the best, not only in the country, but in the continent, and probably in the world for responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. In closing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to quote member Van Vogel, Professor Johnny Myers for UCT's Department of Public Health. He said, at provincial level, only the Western Cape combines highly functional public health care services with excellent public health and accurate statistics about the pandemic. Indeed, Speaker, he wished, and I paraphrase now, what is true for the Western Cape should be true for the Western Cape. I thank you and well done, Premier Wendy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Nkondlo.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Nkondlo, I recognise you, Honourable Lekker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I wish to bring to your attention that there was a point of order raised by Member Syed, where Member Mackenzie continued to address members directly. You did address that, but just 2 minutes before you finalized, he did it more than 3 times already and you were quiet. I think, Deputy Speaker, I need to bring to your attention that you really need to listen to members attentively so that they do not deviate from the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lekker. No need, Honourable Mackenzie. I'm moving over to Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Premier and to all the colleagues in the House and those that are joining this particular debate. We have to, I think, as we go along, Deputy Speaker, try and really teach ourselves as members of this House that this grandeur in the manner in which we debate and actually personal attacks really demonstrate childish and foolish behavior amongst ourselves as honorable members. Because I think if we're asked to debate, I am sure what is expected is for people to engage the content that is presented to us rather than trying to pinpoint individuals in their effort of trying to look good, perhaps to the Premier at this point. Let me once again appreciate the opportunity to engage in this debate where the Premier actually spoke to us yesterday about courage. Let me quote one of the implicit theories of courage, which defines courage as a willful intentional act executed after mindful deliberation involving objective substantial risks to the actor, primarily motivated to bring about a noble good or worthy end, despite perhaps the presence of the emotion of fear. And I'm stating this, Honorable Deputy Speaker, because indeed, listening attentively to the Premier yesterday, one was looking for all these elements in trying to understand the concept of courage that he decided to choose, to frame his speech yesterday. And I must say, in the 25-page speech, there was a lack of courage, let alone little in outlining what becomes an economic recovery plan, but more self-applause of the Premier and his cabinet. And perhaps we must be reminded here by what Member Sayed will always remind us of wanting to sort of praise the fish for swimming. We have observed a trend that every time that the President Ramaphosa addresses the joint sitting of Parliament, Premier Windi rushes to either make announcement on big projects or ask to address the legislature. Last year, when the President addressed Parliament of plans to cap and femicide, the Premier, unprovoked, wanted to outshine the President by announcing the so-called safety plan, which is now falling apart. This year, he asked to address the legislature a week after the President tabled the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Like the announcement of the safety plan early this year, this economic recovery plan lacks the very essence of being a plan, but more blue lies that citizens of this province have been forced to accept as their government. The Premier brags of the hotspot strategy that to date, little is reported of how the very challenges that those areas were exposed to due to their socio-economic circumstances before COVID, such strategy has resolved. To date, we request his MEC of Finance to report how the economic recovery of the hotspot strategy has yielded any results to protect the local businesses of the Cape Flats. How did it happen that the very period of the hotspot strategy, Khayelitsha and other informal areas within the hotspot definition were faced with flooded drains, potholes in most of these areas, making it difficult for delivery of goods and services to enable the local economy? Where is the basic infrastructure, particularly enabling connectivity of these local enterprises that are supposed to take up opportunity of e-commerce and e-trading promised by the government? The special address by the Premier, as it comes, it comes after Parliament of South Africa received the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. That plan set a clear path for investment and economic recovery and growth for all provinces. It aimed to build a new economy through transforming the economy and inclusive growth. A central pillar of this work is the transformation of our economy, creating space for new Black and women entrants, and take deliberate steps to change ownership and production patterns. We must welcome the work of the Competition Commission in signing an agreement with Pick and Pay retailers to eliminate exclusive leases in shopping malls. That is courage, motivated to bring a worthy end, that is the maximum participation in the economy. The plan will be focusing in particular on the development of small, medium, and micro enterprises through the promotion of localization and industrialization. This work will take place along the development of rural and township economy. Moreover, the plan aims to improve the inclusion and active participation of women in the economy. Amongst other measures, government will work with women-empowered companies to progressively reach its target of directing at least 40% of procurement spend to such enterprises. Something that in the last week in the Standing Committee of Human Settlement, this provincial government had to even downgrade its target to 10% for women and 4% for youth, because they've confirmed failing to reach the target of ensuring the participation of women in the human settlements programs. Gauteng, as an example, Human Settlement, as an example, has recently, through its Elijah Bahai project, been able to deliver success in this regard. And what the province has got the opportunities to still go and learn to the department in the Gauteng around this. Like the announcement of the safety plan earlier this year, this economic recovery really lacks the essence of what a plan is all about. The Premier has claimed his emergency economic relief program will create nearly 20,000 new jobs, a target for private sector, he tells us. The same private sector that is highly racially configured and perpetuating the old racialized and male-dominated corporate environment, as evidenced by employment equity reports. So what results of jobs is the Premier predicting in that regard? Also, he is much aware and happy of such a reality that chooses particular groupings than others. Maybe we will be told of jobs from the EPWP work opportunities as what will be the result of this government. This, again, is despite the decision to outsource government services to mainly private sector players. It is important, once again, that as this government we need to consider the plan of the president that has been placed before us that ensures that the infrastructure-led growth once again must find participation of local contractors, which is an area that to date we have been struggling to realize. The Pero and the Mero have shown that the Western Cape economy is expected to grow at 1% over the next 4 years. Employment rate is expected to grow at an average of 0.6% per year between 2020 and 2025, less than the 1.5% recorded between 2015 and 2019. Inequality widening as shown by the increase in the Gini coefficient in the Cape Metro and the Western Cape, something that is not new because even in the Pero and Mero of 2019, the reality of the inequality widening in our province and the city has already been affirmed. And this is a challenge that is the plan of the Premier is silent on how it will address this particular reality of the Western Cape citizens. Then we ask the question, when the Premier speaks about dignity, for whom is this dignity aimed at? Because majority of citizens, especially the poor and the working class in this province, continue to be trapped in poverty environment of not their own making. And we seek to request the Premier to really speak about how his government post-COVID will really be deliberate in trying to deal with the situation or the reality of inequality in the province, in the manner in which the structure of the economy is actually perpetuating the status quo, in the manner in which local and township businesses continue to be in the sidelines. And SMMEs, when you talk about private sector, will also be interested to hear what role is gonna be played or open for them. And also in the consultations that the Premier has spoken about, one would be interested to encourage the Premier to ensure that there is a clear and meaningful representation and participation of the SMME sector in the province so that they can also contribute their own challenges and their own inputs into how the economy of the Western Cape can actually be structured in a way that ensure inclusivity for everybody, you know, who is interested and has a role to play in the province. The address of the Premier yesterday confirmed one thing, that the DA is a party of alarmists who have nothing better to offer towards the development of the country. They are a divisive element who exist to spread fear-mongering. The case in point is the unsubstantiated claim that the Western Cape government's budget over the MTEF are likely to be cut by over 10 billion. This is the same
Finish off, honourable member.
That were used. These are the same theatrics that were used during the budget before COVID. We're told of how the budget is going to be cut for the Western Cape, and only that could not be realized. So we continue to ask the Premier to at least bring facts so that he can draw some conclusion and stop providing unnecessary panic amongst the people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable member. I now recognise Honourable Premier Wendy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much for the members that took part in this debate. I'd like to start off by saying that I explicitly yesterday asked the members of this provincial parliament to come with suggestions, to come with solutions, to put issues on the table, to work together to help us get out of this crisis. And I mean, hogwash comes to mind, but I must just say that of every single member from the opposition parties, the only one member that put anything on the table was the Honourable Marais that spoke about an unemployment agency. I've noted it, and I will have a look at seeing whether this is something we could look at. But just to remind the members of this legislature of what was said yesterday. I've also seen in the comments here today, but also in the comments made afterwards in the press, etc., that I saw things like nothing new and rehash and rehash. For the first time ever, we are investigating borrowing in our province for infrastructure that gives us capital infrastructure that's job creating and boosting the economy. Here's something new, not mentioned before, not a rehash. We spoke about an infrastructure agency that can trade the PFMA 3D entity. This is something brand new. The Transport Authority, get the legislation going, give it a time frame. The Blue Dot Taxi Partnership. I mean, we've spoken about Red Dot before because that was an innovation, not pre-COVID-19. That came out of this government while we were fighting COVID-19. The Transport Department, the taxi industry formed a partnership, and the Red Dot transport system was born. That has evolved now into a pilot project of the Blue Dot, which is so innovative, and for me, going to change public transport in South Africa, not in the Western Cape, in South Africa. And this should be celebrated. But no, people say, oh, there's nothing new. The continuation of the next 500 LEAP officers during a time when our budgets are being slashed. You wait till Tito Mboweni speaks in the National Assembly to see exactly what our financial system and situation looks like in South Africa and the kind of slashing and cuts that we have to make. To continue with the rollout of this plan, which is not our mandate. I wish it was. I agree the federal side that we should have much more control of our police system. But despite this, we are committing and making sure that we will continue to roll out. And what's more, it goes further than that. The minister's just spoken today again about a further 1,000 safety officers rolled out across our province on top of the LEAP officers. ECD. Yes, it's a big debate in South Africa at national government level, but for the first time, this province is going to step up and make sure we claim that space in a very different way, something very new. Inclusionary housing policy, putting a time frame on it, when it will be in place. We haven't had the policy up until now. We've actually enabled it and made it happen in our existing spaces, but here is a commitment with a time frame. And this is not for the province, this is not for the provincial government, this is for the whole province, helping our local governments as well, that we do this in unison. The stance that we've taken now on tuberculosis, on TB, really standing up and making a bold commitment while we put under huge pressure from a budgetary point of view. Or even the point that Minister Mayer raised today, I said 2,000 food gardens. We're already sitting on 2,589. And this all happened now during this specific time. But let me get to some of the members and some of their inputs. I again said, and I listened to the Honourable Windvogel, she waited with bated breath and nothing new. Well, I've just mentioned a whole lot of new things. She didn't recognize one of them. And she then goes on to say that in this province, we spent our time undermining lockdown regulations. Please, she needs to make sure that she bases what she says in this house on fact. She must base it on fact. Go and have a look at the data and the details that are put out. And the one thing in this province that we've already been recognized, not by government, but outside, as an award-winning dashboard that was put together. Go and have a look at the openness and the data that gets put out every single day. There's the facts. And then she says that the announcement by Minister Mkhize and the way that we reacted was reckless. Well, quite frankly, the minister was reckless. We've worked damn hard during this COVID-19 not to play politics with COVID-19. The minister goes straight out and puts a number of 42% increase in cases in the Western Cape. He says nothing about any other province. In actual fact, the Western Cape is number 5 on the number of increases, the percentage. Free State, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, and KZN were all higher than us if you go and have a look at that graph across South Africa. But he determines that he's going to just decide, let's choose the Western Cape and come up with a 42%. I don't know where he cooked that up from anyway, because 20% is the threshold and we're sitting at 13%. But 13%, I just want to say again, is 13% too high. We still have to make sure that we work damn hard to flatten this curve and beware of a second wave. A second wave will make us poorer. A second wave will make us more hungry, and a second wave will cost more jobs. Minister Mayor, thank you very much. I've mentioned the food gardens. I want to say it again. He also mentioned Natasha Johannes as one example of the 2,589 food gardens. It was amazing to go and visit and see how a small intervention in a food garden not only becomes a sustainable business, it creates jobs, it creates healthy nutrition for society, and in this specific vegetable garden, not only creating jobs, but it also creates a space where donations are given to people who can't feed themselves. So you find that this entrepreneur, which was born out of help to start a vegetable garden, create a space of land which was a dump site. Unbelievable. And there are thousands of these opportunities, and we will continue with this learning and roll out thousands more. The Honourable Makamba Botja, thank you very much for your input, but I wondered who wrote your speech. Because quite frankly, again, I say, I asked you, you actually said you should have consulted the opposition for input before your speech. But then in this opportunity, which I said in the speech, please come with some solutions. Not one solution was put on the table.
1 minute, Honourable Premier. Honourable Said.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, can the Premier also, like we've implored from the previous member, Mackenzie, to also speak directly through you as the Deputy Speaker and not directly to the member of the EFF? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point, that very serious point as raised by the opposition. So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you for the rest of my speech, I would say to the EFF, nothing on the table, nothing at all. I was looking forward to some input. You also said there was a failure to mention anything to do with crime. I mean, did you even listen to the speech? Did you even listen to the extra focus? I mean, it's called jobs, safety, and dignity. It's like a core pillar. And then you go and say nothing or failure to mention anything on crime. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give any further input on that. The Honourable Botha, thank you very much. Again, celebrating our frontline workers, absolutely. You know, I think it's something that we cannot do enough of. And especially our nurses, and I know for you, our teachers. Throughout, you know, I look at every time people ask us as government, how many of your government officials are back at work? Well, most of the government officials need a damn good holiday because they haven't stopped since day one. In actual fact, the officials in this government have blown me away by the dedication and input, the extra hours, the 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It's been quite amazing. And, you know, I can say that because I send these emails around to officials and they answer me back at 10 o'clock at night. But it's not about me. It's about when I interact with consul generals who tell me about, and Deputy Speaker, you know this so well, when we were helping foreign nationals get back home and government officials, we'd find them and they were amazing, how they just stepped up and they made us proud, but they made South Africa look so great from those people. And those people are going to come back. Those people, because they were treated in the way they were treated. So yes, absolutely, our government officials. The Honourable Heron, again, you know, need I say it? You know, he says nothing new, rehashing. I mean, this red dot, I think, is red dot to blue dot is going to be amazing. I've already said it, borrowing ECD's vegetable gardens. So I'm not sure where he gets the nothing new, but obviously, as a good ANC member, he needs to make some kind of negative comment. I was really looking forward to something constructive. The Honourable Fritz, thank you again. And again, your responsibility on your shoulders around safety. And perhaps here I must also speak to all of the opposition members who we all feel the same way about crime. But you know what I never hear in this house? I never hear in this house about that. Everybody talks about the safety plan, which is fine. That's exactly what they need to do because it's oversight of our safety plan. But what about an opposition member actually calling on the national government to devolve SAP's power? Maybe the Honourable Marais talks about devolution of power or federalism. But, you know, we need extra pops in this province, public order police. We definitely, Deputy Speaker, need more police in our province. They are under such severe pressure. We must be calling on the national government, every single person in this house, in unity. Please, we need more deployment and more resources to this province. We can have another debate about where the power sits, because I know the ANC disagree with that, but let's at least get the deployment, because our people need to be made safer. Absolutely. And your points around specifically where the first 500 are deployed and the difference that it's made, and I really look forward to seeing the rest of the deployment and the difference that's going to make. The Honourable Christians, thank you very much. Obviously starting off by talking about our financial environment that we found ourselves in South Africa. And of course, no one wants to invest in a country where the money gets stolen, the money gets wasted. And quite frankly, I mean, linking also to the last speaker, the ANC, the chief whip, the chief whip of the opposition. I mean, the ANC is still like this Titanic that's just keep on going downhill. They almost at the bottom of the ocean. They don't change policies. They don't understand for 25 years they've been doing the wrong thing because it hasn't changed. We've got the worst unemployment rates in the world, the worst youth unemployment rates in the world, climbing crime. Our borrowing is at absolute maximum. We can't get any more. We're paying over 6,000 Rand a second at the moment in return, and just paying for our borrowing before we can spend a cent on the poor or a cent on the people of this province. I want to say that the issue around farm evictions, and obviously Minister Meyer made note of that, and we do have that farm worker support unit. We must make sure that they get that detail and move in as quickly as possible. The Honourable Marais, I just want to know, the Honourable Marais, when I listen to you speak, I get confused whether you belong to the Freedom Front or you belong to the Cape Party. And I wonder whether you're speaking about federalism or independence, because I do believe in federalism. And I do believe that we have to have much more federal powers, especially when you can show that you can govern. You can show that you can get the clean audits. You can show that you're spending your money properly. Then, of course, we need, and I mean, that is actually in our constitution. It is in there. It should be devolved closer to the people at provincial level and at local government level. But that doesn't happen in our environment in South Africa at the moment. Thank you very much, the Honourable Mackenzie. And perhaps there I want to reiterate once again. You know, your point around cadre deployment. We have got to fix our trains. You know, this Titanic that keeps on sinking, it's going to hit the bottom of the ocean sometime, this thing called the ANC, and they never ever learn. So what do? You've got to rehash and recycle the cadres where they fail somewhere. You remove them, which makes people happy, and then you just recycle them through the revolving door, and they come back into it. And what do? We all say, the president says it, we've got to fix the central line in the city of Cape Town. We really need to get our trains operational again. And then behind the scenes, don't worry, we'll put an ANC cadre in there to fix it, who hasn't fixed anything else, but we'll get him. I mean, absolutely, you're on the button. And then SAA. You know, an SAA is actually just a metaphor for so many of the other state-owned enterprises. 57 billion already wasted, and now we want to add another 10 billion. And what's next year? Probably another 10 billion. Are we not going to ever learn? And the problem is, and it's what the Honourable Christian said right up front, is that it's our budgets in the provinces that they're cutting. I said it in the speech. Our provinces' budgets are being cut because of bad management at a national level. And we must all stand together and fight that this doesn't happen, that this doesn't change. And then, of course, the Honourable Nkondlo. I really don't know what to say there, because exactly the same thing. Who wrote your speech? You started off incredibly well. You really did. And then you said, you know, we all need to have responsible debate in the House. And then you slipped right back into the space that everybody else fell into. But of course you then you went on to the hotspot strategy, and you asked a whole lot of questions around it. I promise you that this strategy is what was adopted once we put it in place at a national level. I don't know if it's still working at a national level. I can tell you it still works here at a provincial level. It still works incredibly well. You spoke about jobs and how we're going to get back, and you did speak about the 20,000 jobs. And of course, that was just, you must read the wording of who and what those 20,000 jobs are. But overall, 321,000 jobs in the province, of which now the estimate at the end of the year is 150,000 should be lost. So already with the moving from level 4 to level 3 to level 2 to level 1, you've seen jobs coming back into the economy. We know at a level 4, 104,000 jobs were lost in our hospitality sector. And now we're less than 80,000 jobs lost. We've got to get back to 0 jobs lost and 1 job gained. It is a path that we're going to have to walk. And we all have to make sure it's shoulder to the wheel to make sure that this happens. But again, it's her own ANC policy that has just kept this country going downhill. Her own ANC national cabinet that is confused around policy, that is divided around policy, and that's actually what's causing our country to get poorer, our Gini coefficient to get worse, and our youth unemployment to grow. The Honourable Lekker, exactly the same thing. Hotspots. I also wrote here who wrote your speech. No understanding of what we did in this province over the last 8 months. And quite frankly, she then goes on and speaks about nothing was said about equality, poverty, and unemployment. Please go and read that speech again. The speech is about dignity, it's about jobs, it's about safety. Every one of those leads to changing equality, changing our poverty position, and changing unemployment, and all 3 of them for the better. She then goes on to say that that there's nothing felt in Khayelitsha around crime. Where was her call? And she's speaking now specifically around the gangster type crime. Where was her call to say, Minister Biki Cele, where's that committee? Where's that team after he met with the city and the province here in Cape Town, all feed and flum, and we're going to actually take this on? Where's the urgency? And where? That was weeks ago. We haven't seen it, but no, she must blame the province for this. She doesn't understand where the power sits. She should also, I'm happy if she wants to blame the province, but then she must join us in saying that SAPS must be managed here in the province. We need to devolve the power and the management to this province. We're able to do it. We're asking for it. She can blame us, but then she must actually be joining us in calling for that movement. And I think with that, Deputy Speaker, I want to say again that I am a bit disappointed that people didn't really come with a whole lot of new suggestions. I want that as kind of how we work together going forward. When we come up with something that sounds like a great idea, or one of your constituents raised the idea, let's add it to the mix. Let's put it into the system. Because if we get that right, we will definitely start to change our position here, and we will recover from COVID-19. We still have to keep our finger on the pulse. We still have to work hard, make sure that we continue with the rules, masks, social distancing. We know what to do. Please, let's all keep doing that. But at the same time, let's all stand together to make sure that we don't continue seeing the Gini coefficient get worse. We don't continue seeing more and more people in this country and this province getting poorer. We need jobs. We need dignity. We need safety. That's what we need. And we all need to work together to get it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. That concludes the
on
debate
point of
on the
order,
Premier's
Speaker.
address.
On a point of order, Speaker, this is Member Branke speaking here.
Honourable Member Brinke, sorry, I can hear you now. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like
please.
the Honourable Premier Ellen Windy to respond to my engagement with regard to the liquor licenses issued.
On what rule?
Yeah, Honourable Brinke, that there is no rule like that, unfortunately.
It's not a point of order.
Thank you very much. We will now move over to the second order of the day. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Social Amendment Bill B8B 2018 NCOP dated 13 October 2020 as ATC number 85 dated 16 October 2020, page 292. Ratification of final mandate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Order. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Social Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration, if they so wish, of 3 minutes each. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ANC supports the Social Assistance Amendment Bill on behalf of the people of South Africa. The purpose of the bill is to provide for payment of benefits to a child-headed household, to provide for additional payments linked to social grants, and to provide for social relief of distress in the event of a disaster. It also to provide for an independent tribunal to consider appeals against decisions of the agency. These are all important amendments that are needed to assist and provide a safety net for the poor citizens of our country. I humbly appeal that we don't delay the passing of this bill because certain parties want to have more powers than they never had before. I call on all members to support the bill and for our position to be recorded on the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As EFF, we support the legislative intervention proposed by the bill. We further hope that the Department of Social Development will strengthen its administrative capacity so that it can be able to reach the vast majority of all vulnerable and needy South African children who need social assistance. Some of the positives about the bill is that it is recognizing that there are child-headed households. Oftentimes, these children remain vulnerable and experience administrative red tape hurdles when they attempt to access social assistance benefit. The bill seeks to resolve or to solve this problem by providing a platform for payment benefit to children heading child-headed households. Furthermore, the bill is alive to the realities of the modern era as it makes provision for social relief of distress in the event of a disaster, such as one of we find ourselves in at moment, the COVID-19. The provision making it mandatory for the Minister of Social Development to appoint an independent tribunal should also be welcomed. The tribunal will help fast-track the decision-making process in a case of dispute between SASSA and the grant beneficiary or the recipient. This mechanism is intended to assist the vulnerable potential grant recipients who have been abused and denied of their rights for a long time at the hands of corrupt SASSA officials. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize Good. Honourable Heron, are you making a declaration?
Deputy Speaker, I'm not making a declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
I don't make any declaration.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Al Jamal. I now recognize Al Jamal. Assuming he's not making a declaration, I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Department of Social Development has the legislative mandate to protect the well-being of vulnerable citizens, and with many of those being children who do not have the financial independence and who do not have the caregivers who are financially independent to support them, the government must step in to provide that assistance. Deputy Speaker, the Social Assistance Amendment Bill is another tool in the arsenal of government to help protect those most vulnerable in our society. The bill creates a streamlined approach to dealing with social assistance and also frees up the department's resources to focus on preventative social work as far as it relates to foster children. The bill also gives additional payments to social grant beneficiaries and extends those beneficiaries to include child-headed households. It removes the internal reconsideration process currently housed within a dysfunctional SASSA, and it gives that to an independent tribunal. The biggest win, however, is the amendment which includes additional funding in order to allow for the speedier placement of vulnerable children within the foster care system. The ANC-led national government cannot hide from the fact that the foster care system is a massive failure throughout the country. Given the dire statistics when it comes to foster care placement in South Africa, this amendment covers a range of issues that are in deep need of attention, and the DA looks forward to the improvements that will hopefully bring about a positive change, particularly for the 1 million orphan children in our country. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'd just like to check with the table staff in terms of the amount of members on this sitting, Mr. Secretary. If we can just give the Secretary 1 minute, please. I have to announce that there are currently 33 honorary members present and which are entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House that the report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Social Amendment Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill be ratified and adopted. Are there any objections?
No.
No objections? Agreed to. Thank you very much, honourable members. The report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Social Development Amendment Bill has therefore been adopted. That brings us to the end of the orders of the day. We will now move over to interpellations. I recognise the Honourable Minister Schaefer. Minister Schaefer, are you online?
I am online. Can you hear me now?
Can I ask that our IT staff just check that Minister Schaefer is online?
Deputy Speaker, she is online, but it's very soft.
We can't hear her. I'll just ask IT to assist us quickly. Minister Schaefer, if you can just wait for 1 minute, please, because we can't hear you. Minister Schaefer, please check if your volume can be switched on higher. We can't hear you.
It's very soft.
Wonder if we can dial Minister Schaefer in through her cell phone. I'm going to make a decision and ask that we take a 5-minute break just to sort out the IT problems for this interpellation to happen, and we will adjourn after 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Apologies.
Can you hear me
I'd
now?
like to...
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Are you back, Minister?
I'm on my cell phone. Is this working?
That is working. Could I then retract all of that, and can we continue? Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister Schaefer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to Honourable Side for the interpellation. As the member should be aware, the WCED is guided by the CAPS curriculum, which is a policy document introduced by the Department of Basic Education. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict is included in topic 4 of the grade 11 history curriculum. The areas covered in the topic include eugenics, apartheid, Afrikaner and African nationalism, and the conflict in the Middle East. This topic investigates the two faces of nationalism, positive and negative. The CAPS document states the concept of nationalism needs to be studied as a phenomenon that changed form during the Second World War, but has a long history. The origins of nationalism lie in Europe, including the unification of Italy and Germany and the revolutions of 1830 and 1848. The focus should be on understanding where nationalism comes from in this topic. The CAPS document specifies the following topics to be covered in the Middle East conflict case study: nationalisms, the origins of Arab nationalism and Jewish nationalism, the Balfour Declaration, the origins and establishment of the State of Israel after the Second World War and the 1948 war, different interpretations of the 1948 war, the Palestinian and Israeli perspectives, broader Arab nationalism in the region, Jordan, Egypt, and Syria, the question of Palestine, the conflict of nationalist aspirations between Palestine and Israel, the Arab-Israeli conflict, the issue of refugees, military occupation of the West Bank, responses of Israelis and Palestinians, intifadas and peace processes between 1979 and 2000, and the roles of USA, Palestinian, and Israeli leaders. The pedagogical approach to the teaching of these topics in history is in line with the outcome of addressing social cohesion and nation building. We are required to teach controversial topics in schools, and learners are required to be taught the skills on how to engage with these issues. Teachers are encouraged to create the opportunity for learners to be exposed to different opinions and perspectives. The concept of differing respectfully should form the basis for all discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much for the Honourable Minister for the response. Honourable Deputy Speaker, South Africa comes from a painful past, a past characterized by settler colonialism, a settler colonialism that continues to be at play in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, perpetrated by the apartheid state of Israel. And unfortunately, even from the response of the MEC, one gets a sense that the conflict is taught as a conflict of two nationalisms, which it is not. It is not a conflict of two nationalisms. It is a conflict of a settler colonialism and a resistance to that particular settler colonialism and various human rights crimes perpetrated by the State of Israel. And unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, one also gets a sense, having looked at some of the textbooks, for example, you've got, for example, scholars and historians such as Benny Morris, who's making up one of the main historians, a famous Zionist historian. But for example, there are scholars who have written on the topic. Avi Shleim, for example, a progressive Israeli scholar who's not being utilized. So I would like to know, is the MEC open? We understand that there's a CAS curriculum. Is the MEC open to including the writings of those who don't postulate the conflict as a conflict between nationalisms, but that unpack the issue of the settler colonialism? Is the MEC open to doing that? As well, also what we have noted is that last year, towards the end of last year, there was a delegation from the WCED that went to Israel, and it was paid for by the Cape Town Holocaust and Genocide Center in partnership with the Yad Vashem School of Holocaust Studies in Jerusalem. Now, I don't see how that ties in with a balanced approach. That is a particular Zionist approach where the Holocaust, well, the Holocaust must be studied, but the Holocaust took place in Europe, not in the Middle East. It was a result of European racism. If they wanted to teach learners and get a sense as to how to teach about the Holocaust, the MEC should have then insisted that they go to Europe instead. On that note, would the MEC then be willing, if non-governmental organizations that have a different perspective on the teaching of the conflict in the Middle East, and who got a firm stance, as is the stance of the South African government and the African National Congress, on the oppression undertaken by the Israeli state, would the MEC then be willing to also allow those NGOs to sponsor trips for her department delegation to go to Palestine, to go to the Gaza Strip, to see how Palestinians are living, to see how the state of Israel has actually abused the narrative of the Holocaust to continue with its apartheid settler colonialism? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognise Honourable Botha.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, we know that our priority in your department should always be the learners. And as you have said, this topic is in the CAPS curriculum. Some learners might find this material uncomfortable or difficult, and some teachers might be concerned about teaching it as a result. So, Minister, what ways is your department looking at improving the way in which we teach these topics so that learners and teachers can be more comfortable with this kind of topics? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister?
Is it me again already?
My apologies, Honourable Sayed. My apologies, Honourable Sayed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and my thanks also to the chairperson of the committee for those questions as well. On the website, it's a concern, and I want to continue with the point that I made in terms of the imbalance, because we cannot, coming from the past that we come from, South Africans always need to stand with those who are dispossessed. If you look at the website of the Yad Vashem, one of the sponsors of this trip, they pride themselves as being the only school of its kind to train educators to teach the Holocaust. But they speak about, they say, develops pedagogic and didactic tools to be utilized by teachers and conducts educational workshops for youth and soldiers of the state of Israel. Those are amongst the biggest war criminals in the globe currently. So it means that the education department is allowing our teachers who are going to be teaching history to be taught by the same people who are who are pushing the propaganda to the Israeli soldiers, who are giving the various propaganda tools to the Israeli soldiers to basically justify what they are doing. It is no surprise, though, Deputy Speaker, and I want to ask, will there be trips organized to the state of Palestine? I will ask that question yet again. Is the MEC also going to be open for workshops to take place here with educators, with local NGOs? But I'm not surprised also because the Democratic Alliance position on this particular issue has been one which has been biased in favor of the Zionist state of Israel. We remember Musi Maimani not so long ago when he was the leader of the Democratic Alliance going on some so-called mission around peace, but he met no Palestinians on that trip. He only met with Benjamin Netanyahu, a war criminal. We also find that immediately after that, when the African National Congress-led government spoke about and ensured that there was a downgrading in relations in line with the cultural boycott undertaken by various human rights organizations, a cultural boycott called by the Archbishop Desmond Tutu. We then find that the DA then issues a statement and calls government to order. What the WCD has done, guided by the DA ideological posture, which is in favor of apartheid Israel, what it has done is that it is not taking a balanced approach on the issue. It is actually entrenching apartheid settler colonialism and actually undermining the cultural and educational boycott that is currently underway of the apartheid state of Israel. And I would like the MEC to be open to actually taking a different approach on this particular matter. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Said. I now recognise Honourable Minister Schaefer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Said, we certainly understand the sensitivities of this matter, and it's quite clear from the comments you've made that there definitely is more than one view on this matter. And we are always open to looking at various views to ensure that our people are given the critical skills to make up their own minds on issues. As far as the, are we open to including texts? The texts are generally set by the DBE, so I suggest you speak to Minister Masheka, your colleague, on that matter. But as far as other people coming to speak to us, we will certainly assess any such request on its own merits. But in principle, we are open to hearing different perspectives on any issue. Honourable Botha, the Cape Town, sorry, I'm losing my place here. We are aware that the National Ministerial Task Team is currently developing a revised and inclusive curriculum that aims to promote human rights. But the WCED has seen a need to offer content training in line with CAPS and coupled with pedagogic methods to support teaching controversial topics, as many educators are scared to approach such topics because of the sensitivities around them. The WCED is therefore in discussion internally on designing a series of content training workshops to address various controversial topics, making use of the philosophy of facing history and ourselves. An organization from Boston that the WCD has partnered with, and which is one of empathy and reflection as a point of departure to the South African context. This approach includes holding a panel discussion to discuss the approach to the topics, exposing participants and learners to debates, taking note of the learners' reflections, the use of resource material as a basis for discussion to address different perspectives, addressing different methodologies and application of those methodologies, the provision of resource materials to prepare lessons that will address the human rights violations in these topics, exposing participants and learners to pre-test and post-tests, integrating the values of lessons learned, and building in a note to teachers as well that they must never assume their learners' sensitivity or non-sensitivity. It also includes upskilling teachers with the necessary skills to create a comfortable environment conducive to productive dialogue. It offers a session to the senior management teams at school as well, so that they are aware of what learners are being taught and how their behavior could be understood, and also offering debriefing to teachers and learners through district psychologists. This envisaged rollout will be in 2021, and the training material is being developed in 2020, which will include developing a resource booklet, which would include informal assessments and formal assessments, ongoing reflection sessions on the process with teachers and learners, and integrating the embedded human rights-based values to promote social cohesion and nation building. And then just on Honourable Said's second bite, I'm not going to go into the DA position. The question relates to how my department teaches the curriculum. And as I said, we are endeavouring to give all sides of a story, which is controversial. People do have very different views. And I think, as I said earlier, also, we certainly will be open to having different organizations discuss different perspectives on the matter. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, now we're dealing with the oral questions. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, question one from the Honourable Karma. I gather that's the first one.
Yes, that's the one.
Thank you very much. The Western Cape Safety Plan has tasked each department with safety priorities in order to create a whole-of-society approach to safety and violence prevention. The Departments of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning and Human Settlements have been tasked to use urban design, spatial integration, and design elements in our new Human Settlements Build to create safer spaces. So the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning informed me as follows. The Western Cape Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning contributes to safe spaces in our towns through the continuation of the RCEP program. And I know that Minister Bradell on Wednesday opened a new business hub and pedestrian bridge in Bredasdorp as part of the province's RCEP program. The O'Meal pedestrian bridge ensures a safer path on the for the community to travel across a canal, and this pedestrian walkway also leads to the O'Meal Square, which is a business area that has been upgraded to include 12 trader units, a paved courtyard with wheelchair-friendly timber decks and landscaping. Earlier this month, the department also opened 2 similar business parks in Mossel Bay, creating attractive, safe and affordable spaces for a total of 34 businesses. One of these, the Kwanankaba Youth and Business Park, also includes an AstroTurf chill area, outdoor gym, raised dance stage, and space for informal traders, art murals, a playground, and a security guardhouse, creating a dedicated and safe space for young people to visit. The other, the Almeida Hub, also includes art murals, safe parking, and critical elements that contribute to spatial integration and safety. The recent examples of towns where successful projects have been related to safe spaces have been implemented in Piketberg, Porterville, Friedenberg, Malmesbury, Ceres, Worcester, Toes River, Plettenberg Bay, and Mossel Bay. Often these projects are integrated with local economic development and creation opportunities too. Further projects are being planned in Veldrift, Saldanha, Darling, and Stellenbosch. The RCEP program also seeks to assist to integrate towns. Projects are often located in specific zones called integration zones, promoting the stitching together of towns. Examples are Friedenberg, Piketberg, Prince Albert, and Darling. Safe walkways and pedestrian corridors are being developed in these and other towns. As mentioned earlier in my response, this also facilitates the transformation of hostile or no man's land parcels, historic buffer areas between communities, to active safe spaces and movement corridors. An initiative to develop a peer learning network in the Western Cape government where urban design best practice will be shared and documented by the department in collaboration with other departments is also underway. A related aspect of the spatial integration that is linked to our mobility and spatial transformation VIP, addressing the largest scale of whole towns and marginalized neighborhoods, which specifically looks at the structural relationship of these neighborhoods to the rest of the town. The government has also, our government has also been a leader in piloting inclusive mixed-use developments on well-located land. Construction at the Conradi Better Living Model project is in progress. The lessons learned here and further application of this concept is being extended to Founders Garden Artscape Precinct in the Foreshore. This work is a springboard for the next step, to scale up through the development of policy to assist municipalities to apply inclusionary housing in their work and provide a clear and consistent approach to the province, as I announced in my speech yesterday. Then the Department of Human Settlements informed me the following. At a macro level, each project application that the department receives is accessed via the professional town and regional planners in the department to check if the project aligns to spatial integration principles, as well as linkage to urban nodes and facilities for future growth. Within the project footprint, urban design principles are being brought in where possible to ensure that they are the safety aspects, including placemaking, look and feel of the development, safety and public spaces, inclusion of traffic considerations, all contribute to the safety facets of the development. Good examples of these are in catalytic projects such as Vlakkeland, development in Paarl, and Transhex development in Worcester, where the top structures construction is underway at the moment, and in Bloemfontein in Knysna, where the design focuses on safer living conditions. A similar design layout is also being done at Mountain View in Mossel Bay. Examples of some of these design elements are being used in some of the developments include traffic calming via circles and major intersections, as well as raised surfaces, the provision of sidewalks and pedestrian crossings along the major routes of the for the safe navigation of pedestrians. Courtyards and boundary walls are used to define the individual space, but hopefully will aid the courtyards to create micro-communities. We have begun to add stoops to some of the designs. The 19 declared priority human settlements and housing development areas have been identified to direct human settlements development to better achieve spatial integration. These areas form part of our commitment to continue to develop over the next 5 years. The Department of Human Settlements works closely with the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, Regional Social Economic, or the RCEP program, as I've mentioned. And then, of course, there's also the Violence Prevention Urban Upgrade, and it's obviously a similar program, one locally funded and the other one initiated and funded via foreign donor money. There's also been a shift in the manner in which informal settlements are upgraded to involve communities through participating planning and an effort to influence the final design of their settlement. And of course, this talks to lighting, it talks to, again, to access and egress. The department is also in the process of reviewing the sustainability criteria framework, which intends to ensure that the development of sustainable settlements in the Western Cape, a further initiative to encourage housing developments that incorporate the following design features, namely clear property boundaries and collective ownership of public spaces, safe and accessible movement routes in housing developments, creating positive interfaces between buildings and public spaces, and ensuring the progressive improvement of neighborhoods and increased perception of safety over time through the upgrading of informal settlements. Research is still being done in this regard, and policy development will follow in due course. Through this, we will build safer and more resilient settlements that create conducive environments for our communities and especially for the youth. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thanks to the Premier for the response. Speaker, I think now it is just over a year since the announcement of this plan, this 1 billion rand plan that seeks to halve the murder rate by 2029. Now, what I want to understand, Speaker, I hear this Premier is talking about these many other developments that are happening in areas. But I want to understand projects that are in these areas of high crime, because even in the past debate, we're talking about how densified are these areas. Now, I want to hear, and in line with the courage that has been defined by Member Ngondlo in the debate earlier, I want to understand what deliberate projects or I mean infrastructure projects that are in place and to what rent value and in which areas, in these areas that are of high crime zones. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. I will hear whether the Premier has specifics, given the fact that you are raising questions, but it could be challenging because now that might be a new question.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Obviously, I've just mentioned the O-Meal in Bredasdorp, which was opened this week, last week, or earlier this month in KwaNongqaba and in the Almeida in Mossel Bay. Then, of course, there are safe spaces now in Piketberg, Porterville, Friedenberg, Malmesbury, Ceres, Worcester, Toes River, Plettenberg Bay, Mossel Bay. further projects which are now planned. Those are the ones that are done. The ones that are planned, because you've spoken about the last year, but there are some that are coming still. And of course, we had COVID-19 in the middle of this, but still Veldert, Saldanha, Darling, and Stellenbosch. And I mean, that's what I've just said, these exact areas. And then, of course, we've got the ones in the city of Cape Town as well, applying them to our developments, but also looking at the existing ones, the learnings that we've taken from the initial VPUU, which then as a provincial project then became RCEP. So, I mean, I think I have given those answers in this comprehensive answer, which tells you exactly where. It tells you what kind of projects, and of course, also projects that are to come.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to check, Honorable Speaker, as a follow-up, if the Premier is saying we do not have any plans, because when I talk this urban design and spatial integration, I'm also talking about infrastructure that was cited even in the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry that is needed in areas that make it difficult for police to do their work. Now, is the Premier saying there are no plans? Because if the aim by 2029 is to reduce the murder rate by half, and we understand that the high murder areas or violent areas, especially those that are also found in the city of Cape Town and outside the city, does the Premier say there are no plans that are aimed at being used to prevent crime through this urban design and spatial planning in areas like your Leonsdale, your Nyanga, your Delft, your Khayelitsha, and all these other areas that are of high violent crimes, and also their profile being that of these areas or these communities that were defined by many speakers in the previous debate. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable Premier.
Yes, there is a plan, and I've just explained the delivery of that plan.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for the comprehensive safety plan. Just wanted to find out from the Premier, what are the biggest impediments to implementing this plan? Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much. I mean, I suppose when I hear that immediately, it's, your mind automatically goes to budget. But then when you think about it a bit more, it actually probably goes to, I would say, probably devolution of the SAP's power. That probably would be the biggest impediment. But it is a combination of a whole lot of things. It's not, if it was a simple, easy, quick fix, we'd be able to fix it. This is a massively complex, it's safety is something that, most other provinces steer clear of. It is complex. And the one thing that we've done is we've been bold. We've said, all right, let's actually take this on. Even though it's not our constitutional mandate, let's try and get the constitution changed. Even though it's not our mandate from SAPS, let's actually see how we can work better with SAPS. Let's see how we can actually put our own funding in. Let's see what we can do at local government levels. The question really talks about one small component of this much bigger plan, which is how you change developments, planning tools, our own human settlements, and the design of designing human settlements. That was the question here. How it actually starts to move towards creating safety for people. And sure, these are things that are actually we're learning every single day in design. I used the example when we launched the plan around stoops and the effect that has with eyes on the community. I mean, in the modern world, it's even more than that. It's about your connectivity to your local neighborhood watch. It's about the apps that are available. It's about how they have access through what we've just mentioned in pathways in community, open spaces. It's about how Human Settlements Department are now looking at the way lighting is done and how what they spoke about are those courtyards, and that the courtyards and the sort of the windows must look onto the courtyards, because you must be able to watch what's happening so your children are safe. I mean, it is complex, and this is one small part of it. But it's about saying, yes, we are all part of it. Every single minister, every single committee, all focused on how are we going to get this to be improved, and how are we going to create a safer environment. I mean, you know, if you think about safety, it is, you know, one of your first constitutional rights. And in actual fact, we all should be focusing on it. And like so many other things in our country, it's got out of hand, and that's why we are really putting so much energy into it in this province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Nkondlo. All right, we can't get hold of Honorable Nkondlo. We're gonna give you one more opportunity, Honorable Nkondlo.
Oh, sorry, Speaker, I didn't unmute myself. In the plan that the Premier speaks about, I just want to check two things. One, I wanted to ask, in that design that he's referring to, how has this urban design actually altered, especially if we talk about these areas which the sort of apartheid infrastructure, you know, has not necessarily assisted, you know, safety of local businesses. So I'm trying to understand in the plan that he is implementing, how has that altered such, and how in the progress that he's mentioning, if there's any results experienced for local businesses, because that is one area that when you talk about just your household and individual citizens' safety, you know, it's one thing that has been predominantly highlighted, I think, in the main when we deal with crime, rather than the elements of business.
Ja, ons wil nie al die goede sit nie. Ons het nie altyd so baie goed in. Die een kan ons het. Sien jy?
Honorable Nkondlo.
Mens kan miskien net iets sê met jou.
There's an echo on the line there, Honorable Nkondlo.
Jy met hoe is nog baie beter.
Yeah, I think
there's somebody else here, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Honorable members. Honorable Nkondlo, I just need to apologize. You have one of the members unmuted her microphone, so you can proceed now.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'm hoping that the Premier picked up my first one on the design. The second one was more on the progress and how such
it's
progress.
It's one follow-up, Honorable Nkondlo.
Oh, apologies.
Thank you.
No.
Honorable Premier picked up your question, so he's now going to respond. I recognize you, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Nkondlo for the question. I mean, I think the best way to explain it, because you're speaking about the design and how that affects the safety specifically of businesses. So, I mean, a lot of what the RCEP concept comes from is the initial VPU, Violence Prevention Urban Upgrade work that was done. And I mean, the very first project, which was that foreign donor funding, I mean, that happened before the safety plan. That happened in Khayelitsha. So if you remember Harare Station up to the Harare Square, that was a place that was full of crime. If you remember that area where there was all the alien infestation, police would actually probably go and look there if there was a missing child first. It was really an urban area that had high crime, And I mean, that immediate urban upgrade was about how you bring lighting, design, dignity, and then, of course, it not only made it safer for the businesses that were there, suddenly it created an environment where more businesses wanted to come. And so suddenly you saw along that whole route, not only from the direct investment that came from the foreign donor, but also the city of Cape Town put a lot of money into that as well. At the station itself, and then, of course, about halfway to Harare Square, the investment that came in for the neighborhood watch, for their own office space, or the playing fields and the sports facilities for the youth. It also made it a safe place where eyes and ears and people were together, the lighting, and then, of course, up at the square itself, where just safety and design, where people's retail downstairs became living space upstairs, just because suddenly it became 24/7. It adds that design element on its own, adds safety for businesses, but adds safety for communities. And so that's, I mean, if I think about the sort of earlier concepts, now if you take that concept and now you go and visit what I've just mentioned now in the answer to the question in the RCEP, because obviously remember VPUU is a specific program and foreign donor funded. RCEP came out of that program in this government, where we took this government's budget and started aligning same principles and also taking our own learning. If you go to any of those areas, go to Saldanha Bay and have a look at how you join communities by that investment, which specifically is for safe economic activity and promoting activity. And you will see more and more businesses opened up and businesses started to flourish because it was light lit, it was designed properly, it became a safe place to trade, and it definitely made a difference for the economy in that specific space. So that's how the design concept actually, at the end of the day, breaks down those barriers, joins up communities, and creates safe spaces for citizens, but also safe spaces for the economy to flourish and operate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, now we move to question number 2 by Honorable Dagmo to the Honorable Premier. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Honourable Dugmore for the question. A, for the period May 2019 to September 2020, the total expenditure for providing legal services, this is on a corporate level to the entire Western Cape government, i.e. that's legal governance, litigation, and legislative drafting services, as provided for in Vote 1, Sub-Program 5.5, and that amounts now to 66,243,000 rand. And then to B, the answer is no.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I recognize Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just arising from the response of the Premier, I would like to ask whether he has been advised about the anticipated costs for the Tafelberg judgment, which has been handed down, and the anticipated costs that there would be linked to the appeal against this judgment, which the Premier has announced recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Dugmore. No, not as yet.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Just
there
as
are
a
no other hands.
follow-up,
Honorable, the
please.
Leader of the Opposition again.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Could I just, arising from that response, ask the Premier, do you not think it's irresponsible to not have determined or not have asked for a projected cost projection in this instance, given the implications of this judgment and the fact that other parties are involved here, and given the result of the initial outcome in this matter?
Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Dugmore. Thanks, Speaker. No, I don't, because of course the reason is about the principle and about a court taking away powers of a provincial government. You cannot put a cost to that.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable
So,
members,
just
there
as
are
a
no
final.
further. All right. Okay. Honorable
No,
Dagbo?
no, Speaker, is there, if I could have a last follow-up, please, and if there's no other.
No, you may proceed, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you.
You're done.
So, if I could just understand the Premier correctly, he's basically saying that whatever the cost, it's not a concern to him, because the Tafelberg judgment, in his words, raises a principled matter. So, cost, as I want to understand the Premier correctly here, that in his view, costs are not an issue at all and should not be considered.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask the Honourable Dagbo not to put words in my mouth. But this is about a principled matter, and of course, at the end of the day, you know, this is taxpayers' money. But it is the principle of this matter. You must look at my press release when the Cabinet made the decision. And of course, if he needs to know the answers to these questions, then he must ask also the specific questions.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, as there are no other follow-ups, I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Community Safety. It's a question by Honorable Bosman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Honorable Bosman for the question. I think this is a very important question, and it speaks to the kind of whole program around gender-based violence. And I think the point that the Premier has made in the previous answer, in one of his first answers to Honorable Kama, is that it's an all-encompassing approach, and safe spaces become very, very important for everyone. And so in this very specific question, Honorable Bosman asked around rape kits. So the first part, the A part of the answer is, and I'm given this answer by South African Police Services. We of course do in our oversight visit, Honorable Bosman, we do also check on that. So rape kits are available at all stations in the province. That's in A. B, none. And C, how long has it been the case? And so it's not applicable. So those are the three answers given by the South African Police Services. Thank you, Honorable Bosman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Bosman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, through you, if the Minister can perhaps tell us what steps his department is taking to address gender-based violence, femicide and domestic violence.
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Deputy. Thanks, Speaker. One of the first issues that we as residents in the Western Cape must really start thinking, Honourable Speaker, beyond the idea of 16 days of activism. And I'm happy in this House last year, the Minister of Social Development launched the 365 days of no violence against women and children. And I think that should really be our approach in general. And as I think the Premier tried to make that point also earlier in one of his answers, that there's too many gimmicks. You know, when we all stand somewhere and we all take photos and it's just gimmicks. The substantive issues are far more important. And Honourable Bosman, through you, Speaker, I just want to make that point. So I think that's the first important point that we really want to look at. And we also starting to look at that gender-based violence can also be one of the fronts that we can fight apart from safe spaces. And I'm so happy to say that as all of government, those spaces in Pakketberg, in all those areas are very, very important for everyone. The second point we need to do, that we need to look at the empowering of women. And when we talk about empowering, it's not giving people, it's absolutely ways of of women and young girls, girls finishing school, going, again, I want to use the example, Honorable Deputy Speaker, of my colleague at the back and my colleague here, I know in Canaland, he's doing it, this one is doing it in Laingsburg, where they literally get young people at a huge cost to themselves to get to university and to colleges in the West, here in Cape Town. And so when that child is just laying on a farm in Laingsburg, they're getting them here. But they then alert all of us so that all of us can contribute and make it possible for those young children, those women, those young girls, and those women to empower them. And I always think of Auntie Cookie, who sells the kind of, that the roaster, Tannie Poppy, the roaster bread. Just by also advertising Tannie Poppy's roaster bread and cook on the main road. So when all of us drive through, we go make a point of stopping there. That's empowering Tannie Poppy. And that's part of the empowerment that we talk to generally, because Tannie Poppy doesn't just create food for herself, but for a whole big extended family. I think some of the other points that we also would like to do within the, and I think I must speak a bit more, because it seems as if the Honorable Kama didn't get the point, and it links to the question that Honorable Bosman is asking. What are we also doing further in terms of gender-based violence? But it's not also alone gender-based violence. It's also our violence prevention programs. And part of our violence prevention programs speaks to male masculinity. And that whole thing that men still think that they very great and power, and that thing of walking there, macho, that's the word I'm looking from the Honorable Marais. And I think the point we're making about our violent prevention teams, our area-based teams, going into schools, going into communities, sensitizing young children about the power relations between women and men, and to say to them, listen, women are just as powerful as anyone else, and men, all of them on an equal basis. It's those kind of programs, Honorable Bosman, that we really need to take further and really look at the empowerment of that. Because we can so easily lose our young boys. And in the case of the two boys in Laingsburg, who's now in Oudtshoorn in a kind of house for a home, we can so easily, they can become the perpetrators, they can so easily become the rapists if we don't save those boys with alternatives, and great alternatives to knowing that they can have a great future, and that education can be that foundation. Family life can be that foundation. And sometimes it's not their own family, through the Speaker, Honorable Marais. It's sometimes some other person, like in this case, the councillor called Lindy Potgieter, who becomes the mother to that boy. And he calls her my wit ma. Now other people will take offense at that, but to that boy it means such a lot that someone cared for him, someone loved him, someone took him in when he was lost on the streets and gave him a future. And he's excelling in terms of those marks that he's having. We've also, in the department, we've appointed specifically a targeted advocate to just focus on gender-based violence and to specifically look at court-watching briefs of cases that deals with, and I want to emphasize, not deals with all those kind of gender-based violence. And the Honorable Marais, Mr. Speaker, always make the point in this house that why must the woman always leave? And the man then stays behind. The women must hulle moet vlug in Afrikaans. I also want to add that whole issue around gender-based violence also speaks to violence against LGBTIQX. And I think it's an important point because we sometimes forget about corrective rapes that's taking place. And that also, Honorable Bosman, we are dealing with that. And I then finally want to say a very important aspect will be, and Premier alluded to it in his speech yesterday, around the amendments to the Liquor Act. It's part of our competence. It's always what we ask, what can we do? How can we push the envelope further? And in that, to look at working with some of the big companies also, to look at incentive programs, to look at where we'll take away a license if you violate very basic rights of anyone, and specifically women, where women have to walk after late at that place, at the shop, wherever they're sitting tavern, walk home. And what we're looking at, how can those tavern owners ensure that those women get home safely by being driven home? How do you make how do you get an agreement with the taxis where that time don't drive, but to perhaps come and collect those people, get them safely home, and we can really perhaps halve quite a lot of the murders that takes place. So there's a whole lot of innovative thinking. There's a way of all of us as partners, everyone taking a part in it, Mr. Speaker, so that we can really solve not only the crime issue, but also the gender-based violence issue, that we can say also get some kind of what we call behavior change engineered through incentives to these taverns. But we mustn't reject them. We must go and talk to them. We must get them on board as a partner so that we can effect that change. And we can really deal with gender-based violence in an effective way. I think the time is now really seriously for us to move beyond the kind of boardrooms and really get to the ground and on the ground and go and do gender-based violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And let me thank the MSC for the responses. Speaker, I want to check, and I wonder if are we going to hear about thinking with no courage to actually implement any of these plans that we're thinking. But what I want to ask, Speaker, is whether the law enforcement officers that are in many occasions deployed to work in different areas without outside the command of SAPS. I want to check if they receive any training in the fields of your domestic violence and all other sexual offenses areas. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honorable Kama for that question. I want to emphasize this, and I think I've made this in my speech, and sometimes I wonder whether people are really listening to, but I want to emphasize the fact that law enforcement officers in our program are under the command of the South African Police Services. Now, again, I want to emphasize that, Mr. Speaker, and we know, in fact, we brought out a report on domestic violence and the way police stations dealt with domestic violence. And we also took a whole quite intensive training to all those people. And I want to make the point, this honorable member constantly talk about we're not thinking of anything, we're doing it. It's been implemented. It's not thinking of this. They don't implement a thing. And that's the problem. We're not the ANC. We go and do it. And we want to invite them to come. And I must say he's a very good member, because if I invite him, he come along with me, the Honorable Kama. So I'll invite him to a number of our events where you can see it on the ground. When we visit police stations where women are coming in at night, sometimes beaten by their husbands. And I want to see the way all of us deal with them. And I think specifically, I think the point is making, we must continue with the ongoing training around sensitization of the sensitivity of gender-based violence, and those officials must constantly be, and it's a constant, it's not just once off, it's all the time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Bosman, and the last one will be Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister, I want to perhaps ask if the Minister can tell us how members of the public can contact the department about following court watching briefs and how to follow up on court matters. And specifically, Mr. Speaker, through you, how the members of the public can follow court watching briefs against that 139 members of the South African Police Service who have been accused of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bosman. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. And again, thank you to the Honorable Bosman. We have a very interesting email address that members of the public can write to Honorable Bosman. It's it's police.oversight@westerncape.gov.za. So it's police.oversight@westerncape.gov.za. And I just want to also add that we constantly, not only on gender-based violence related cases, but all cases, we've just launched yesterday the issue around 92 cases being withdrawn from court. So in other words, withdrawn for two reasons, Honorable Speaker. One, the docket didn't arrive at the court. The second one, when they arrive at court, the prosecutor says, oh, we're asking for another postponement because the investigation is still ongoing. And then at some point, the magistrate just says they absolutely, that's after 5 postponements. And then they absolutely withdraw, kick the case out of court. So we're also following every one of those cases to get them back onto the court roll. And the same with those specific cases regarding any kind of gender-based violence related cases of police officers. We also plan this week or in the next 2 weeks to look at a meeting with IPID to ask them where those investigations are with that concerns police conduct and police members' conduct. So I think it's a very, very good point you're making. We can't just report, because the days where this department just reported to Parliament, it's past. We want to know what happened to the cases. And the one honourable member looking at me always asks that question. So, so thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now recognize Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, this problem comes a long way. It's not a DA problem. It's not the local problem that suddenly, because a DA runs a province, now there is this type of thing against women. So we must look broader. Instead of acting as if we an extension of national, we must look as we are Parliament responsible. So what would you say that in order to be effective in combating gender-based violence, that we ask that this be considered as a serious crime? It's a serious crime, which have far heavier sentences than an ordinary crime of just slapping somebody. This is serious. And then mandatory referrals of such men for psychological counseling. I think this will wake up men to the idea that if I should violently attack my wife or my girlfriend or anybody, that I'll have to undergo this process and I must know what's waiting for me. If we are not going to do this, then we are just playing Popeyes here with gender-based violence. So I want to ask you, what would your idea be about making such a proposal that gender-based violence has reached such proportions, it should now be listed as a serious crime that justifies much stricter sentences and mandatory referral for a time period for psychological counseling, because many a time the man feels inferior to the woman, that's why he attacks her. She earns more than me, she's better educated than me, I'm jealous of her because she's attractive, I don't look so attractive myself, and so jealousy lends itself to violence actions. It's just a suggestion. I'd like to hear you on it, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. And that's what I like about Honourable Murray. He comes up sometimes with very innovative points, but I need to first point out there's no gender-based violence crime category. It's rape, it's assault, it's those kind of, it's where you assault. And what prosecutors are doing now is to, when assault is registered, it's either, and they will make on the docket an entry to say this was a GBV assault. So there's no crime about, they will say this assault relates to a woman that has been assaulted by her husband. So I think it's important. And it's those kind of constant interaction with the National Prosecuting Authority, and they have very interesting meetings. My previous life, where we would sit on what they call a case management meeting on once a month on a Friday morning, and they will really look at some of those kind of proposals that you make. How do we look at this? Why is there blockage of cases in this regard? It's really a case flow, but also, can we make a recommendation to, you remember, it must eventually go to Parliament. Any kind of form of minimum sentence legislation must go to Parliament. But can they, from this body, which is the National Prosecuting Authority, and all the stakeholders, from prison right through to police officers, to social workers, to everyone, it's an amazing body. Can we look at making a recommendation to Parliament and to the Portfolio Committee on justice to look at a minimum crime sentence? Because there are already minimum sentences for murder, for rape, for all of that. But shouldn't it become a aggravating factor in the case when it's gender-based violence? And I think that's the kind of issues that we must constantly deal with. We have very good relations. There's an advocate, Bonnie Curry, who's an excellent prosecutor here in Cape Town, who's really, and she's a deputy director of national prosecutions. She's really of provincial prosecutions. She's really driving the gender-based violence. And I'm so happy to say I actually taught her once in my life. So she was in my class. So I teach very good people who are very great afterwards. So thank you very much, Honorable Marie.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we now move to question number 4 by Honorable Bosman to Honorable Fernandez. I recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Honorable Minister. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honorable Gillian for the question, which has 2 parts. It refers to psychosocial support, and I'm pleased, or I can confirm, that the department manages psychosocial support in 2 platforms. One is done where the department uses services through partnerships with service providers, and we monitor the services rendered to ensure that they comply with service standards. Then secondly, the department renders psychosocial service support at various service delivery service points in the province. Psychosocial support also entails emotional containment for GBV and domestic violence, trauma debriefing, therapeutic support, court support, practical support, and ensuring provision of statutory services to support the victim. In terms of part B of the question, the impact of the lockdown, the implementation of the lockdown has been a measure used across the globe as a means to curb the spread of COVID-19 and mitigate its impact on public healthcare systems. The implementation of the various alert lockdown levels by the national government has made access to support services for women experiencing gender-based violence and domestic violence more challenging. The Provincial DSD, with the support of its NPO partners and volunteers, utilized and still continues to utilize various awareness programs that are integrated with psychosocial interventions. The department also formed partnerships with various NPO partners to establish support groups in vulnerable communities for individuals and families in need of support. I can confirm that through the Khayelitsha hotspot, we started a support group not only for COVID-19 survivors, but also for COVID-19 survivors who experienced GBV. And that is practical support provided through a WhatsApp medium to victims and family members of GBV. We continue to use telephonic counseling and social media platforms such as Zoom and Teams, and PPE was also used in our intervention. Department of Social Development.
Your line there, Honorable Minister,
Also VEP shelters.
is a bit
Thank you.
challenging.
Sorry, Speaker.
Your line is a bit challenging there, Honorable Minister.
Speaker.
All right, honorable members, we'll see if the honorable minister is able to get a stable network. In the meantime, we'll try and accommodate. We'll give you another minute to see if you can connect properly.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, you better now.
All right, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I was in full flight, as Minister Mania would say. So the Department of Social Development recently completed, thank you, online trauma support training for house mothers across our VP shelters. The training covered the definition of trauma and violence, the basics of trauma support, trauma responses, interventions including protection orders, psychological first aid support groups, and also how to care for yourself as a trauma support worker. We have engaged an NPO who provides COVID as well as GBV trauma support. Honorable Speaker, we conduct monthly webinars in the sector, and we have engaged the Western Cape Women's Shelter Group. And this coming Monday on the 26th, we will be engaging activists in an effort to get a train the trainer program so that we can spread the support into communities. Honorable Gillian, the follow-up part of your question, the danger of secondary victimization, it is as dangerous or even more dangerous as the initial trauma that is suffered and victimization. How widespread is the phenomenon? So I'm going to just quickly describe what secondary victimization has been defined as negative social or societal reaction in consequence of the primary victimization. And let's use the example of a woman who has been sexually assaulted, who then goes to a police station and gets asked, hoeveel het jy gedrink or hoekom draai jy sulke klere? That is basically what secondary victimization could look like. Unfavorable outcomes of secondary victimization may violate several important expectations of crime victims, such as retaliation, security, and recognition of their victim status. Victims and survivors of gender-based violence generally lack support from their communities and face potential secondary victimization when reporting instances of gender-based violence. They face the additional risk of being accused of violating lockdown regulations, and this was especially during levels 4 and 5, when they came forward to complain. We heard of victims being turned away at SAP saying that our shelters were closed. The implementation of lockdown has been, Speaker, I'm just talking to a secondary victimization. Furthermore, stretched policing resources focused on policing the national lockdown meant that GBV cases were less likely to be prioritized. And the Honorable Minister Fritz talked to this case. And in many cases, the limited functionality of courts inhibit women's access to protection orders to guard themselves against further abuse. There were numerous complaints regarding courthouses being closed during lockdown, and this caused secondary victimization. How can it be curbed? There has to be realistic interventions for decreasing or preventing secondary victimization. And this can include making adjustments as to how the interview and the medical forensic exam, also known as the MFE, is performed, helping survivors to feel believed. We all know about the Me Too movement, where often the victim is not believed, but rather the perpetrator, and how we communicate in these circumstances. We are starting to see an outpouring of the Me Too movement, whereby women, men, children who were abused many years ago are experiencing secondary trauma by seeing the perpetrator on TV in their community, released after on parole, and they are now speaking out. So the fact that police officers feel that they must ask survivors what they were wearing at the time of the assault, or that survivors feel a need to collect objective proof of the assault to provide to friends and families, indicate that a change is needed on a larger systemic level. While systemic level changes is indeed indicated, institutions along with individuals can make alterations to the protocol for treating sexual assault victims that have the potential to be to experience secondary victimization, to experience positive benefits. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I see Honorable Porter, but there isn't going to be enough time, but I'll give you the opportunity to ask a question. All right, thank you. We have reached the end of our time. I see Honorable Bosman. I see that appetite, but let's pause it for the next time. Thank you very much. Now that ends the opportunity, that concludes the opportunity for oral questions. Honorable members, we now move to member statement. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Speaker, the WCED has been a forerunner for education departments in South Africa. It has produced the best maths and science results for grades 3, 6, and 9, and grade 12s for the last 10 years. In comparison with every other province and the Republic, its infrastructure standard is beyond reproach. During the lockdown of 2020, it was the only education department who was able to provide meals to all its learners in need due to reliable systems and administration. It has the best retention rate and consistent matric pass rate above 80%. Recently, it has been wrongly accused of political bias, while it is the inverse that holds truth. Ironically, it was the indecision and inconsistent regulations that left learners in limbo for weeks regarding the return to schools. While this department was first to indicate the readiness to reopen safely. As mentioned in my debate speech today, this department accommodates year-on-year budget cuts, which really must be attributed to a suffering economy established through inadequate planning and the billions looted from state coffers. Yes, yet this department remains committed to its mission of proving quality education to every learner in every classroom. I make this statement today to highlight to this House how political agendas divert our attention away from performance, and that we cannot allow for these agendas to distort the mission and the education of generations. It seeks nothing but to undermine the performance of the department and contribute little to the service it provides, but more importantly, the well-being and potential of learners. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Botha. I recognize the ANC.
Thanks, Speaker. Good afternoon to all members present. Speaker, the African National Congress supports the economic reconstruction and recovery plan that was tabled by the President to the joint sitting of Parliament on 15 October 2020. In developing this plan, the President worked closely with our social partners at NETLAC and got the full support and consensus of government, business, labor, and community organizations. The plan is to build a new economy that has central pillars of transformation and inclusive growth, following the impact of COVID-19 on the economy and people's livelihoods. The plan has 4 priority areas, and they are massive rollout of infrastructure, expanding energy generation capacity with government accelerating the implementation of the integrated resource plan, employment stimulus to create jobs and support livelihoods, And lastly, a focus on industrial growth, where government will support growth in local production and make sure South African exports becomes more competitive. The plan also focuses on the development of SMMEs through promotion and localization and industrialization. Further to this, there is also a dedicated focus on development of rural and township economies. The plan also aims to improve the inclusion of active participation of women and youth in the economy. When the Premier asked to address the legislature and province, we expected to hear details of a Western Cape Economic Recovery Plan. There is clearly none, as we have heard yesterday. In that event, we call on the Western Cape government and members of this legislature to fully support the implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. This is our moment of opportunity, as the President has said on the 15th of October. As even the darkest clouds has a silver lining, we need to see this moment as a rupture with the past and an opportunity to drive fundamental and lasting change. It is an opportunity not only to recover the ground that we have lost over the course of the pandemic, but to place the economy on a new path to growth. Close quote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Maran. I now recognize Honorable the EFF. I don't know who's going to speak.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Makamba Boja, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Following the withdrawal of fraud charges against Mr. Glenn Snyman, a teacher at Groenkral Primary School in Oudtshoorn, the EFF calls on the Western Cape Education Minister, Debbie Schryver, to subsequently take disciplinary action against those in her department who are responsible for these treacherous acts. It cannot be that in a post-apartheid South Africa, we still allow apartheid practices of reinforcing racial classification on people against their will to go unpunished. Such conduct from officials of an education department threatens the advancement we made as democracy post-1994, as well as those sought to be achieved by our national living constitution. The Constitution recognizes everyone as having an inherent right to have their dignity respected and protected. Section 12E of our South African Constitution makes it clear that Mr. Snyman has a right not to be treated in an inhuman and degraded way. This is over and above being granted the freedom for self-association with whatever he wants to associate with, as stated in Section 18. We cannot allow those who are mentally blocked and still stuck in colonial and apartheid ways of imagination and thinking to rob us of these constitutional achievements. In actual fact, we cannot even afford to allow these people to serve in our education departments anymore, as they have nothing left to offer. It is for these reasons and those not articulated here that we ask that they be relieved of their duties. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, South Africa's first provincial economic recovery plan was tabled at the Western Cape Provincial Parliament in the South yesterday. During the special address, the House learned another first in the unprecedented decision of the Premier for the province itself to borrow funds from financial institutions. And at the current battered economic climate, we anticipate budget cuts, which will be evident in the current MTTBS due to years of poor implementation of economic policy by the national government. And my concern is there is no true recovery plan from the national government, but willingness to implement what they promised before. Another commitment is to move for green energy, while Eskom debt currently marches to 500 billion mark. The re-announcement of the SIPs to move forward to roll out of broadband, we heard that before. Version 2 of the accelerated infrastructure-led growth, along with Epson 500 billion debt parcel, national government commits to another 10 billion to the failed Eskom, failed SAA, as I've said before. While in the DA-led Western Cape government, the broadband game changer, we've been fortunate to see the exponential growth of broadband using during the lockdown that has also enabled our health system to greater performance, as I've said earlier on the data. We are well on track in process of using LNG to ensure energy security. This is the DA difference and the basis for real economic recovery as presented yesterday by Premier Wendy. South Africa as a country faces an economic crisis. The commitment of old plans is not enough. It's rather a crucial time to be transparent and make hard decisions about meaningful economic growth for the people of this province and to take them into the confidence by our national government. At the provincial legislature, we will however commit to oversight on the recovery plan as tabled by the Premier yesterday and will work with the executive to ensure continued agility in our response to every challenge ahead. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable members, I recognize the Good Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yesterday we heard the Premier talking about the economic war room once again. The economic war room has been in each of the Premier's 3 addresses to this Parliament. The war room was positioned as a unit that would unblock economic growth inhibitors, and it was meant to focus on economic growth in sectors such as construction, property development, manufacturing, and tech. When you call something a war room, Speaker, you communicate a sense of urgency combined with leadership and control. But in response to my questions, the Premier described the purpose of the war room as including a different approach to problem solving by government officials, creating an environment for new processes and ideas, and building teams of capable officials collaborating to solve problems. Speaker, in reality, this economic war room is a hoax. It has very nebulous terms of reference, straddles between the Premier's office and Westgrow, and is just a job creation project for DA cadres. The economic war room duplicates the work of Westgrow and the red tape reduction unit and creates a third wheel in the crucial work of securing economic growth that will create jobs in the right sectors at the right time. And then we discover that the so-called war room is headed by Penny Tainton, a former DA staff member who joined the previous Premier's office to work on e-learning and after-school programs. Tainton has no qualifications or experience in economic development or job creation. In fact, Tainton had to issue a tender to get others to do this work. The tender says the purpose of this RFQ is to identify a suitable, experienced service provider to undertake a program of strategic consultation and facilitation to initiate the Premier's war room teams to ensure that priority projects are highlighted, as highlighted by the Premier of the Western Cape, are implemented using the PDI methodology in line with specified requirements as and when required. Speaker, the war room is plain and simple an abuse of public funds and a DA cadre deployment project. It is focused on process and not outcomes and is a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's reported that the quiet area in Muizenberg Marina de Bukama was rocked by attack by Aldi couple. A 65-year-old woman, Frances Carter, was found dead on the arrival of ER24 emergency services. And the 71-year-old husband, William Carter, is recovering from a gunshot wound in the stomach. Speaker, according to the Muizenberg Community Police Forum, said that this is a quiet area and that they really experience such crime in Marina de Gama. Chairperson, the ACDP is appalled by this senseless killing of this 65-year-old woman and also the attack on her husband. We are pleading with people to come forward and bring that so that the perpetrators can be brought to book and face the full might of the law. I thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier made a revealing statement when he said, and I quote, "While we cannot control what is decided at other levels of government, we can be brave here." It is revealing because it is in fact an admission that the Premier has no control or influence over what happens in our municipalities, Cape Town in particular. It also implies that partnerships with the national sphere is not a priority for him. This is deeply worrying. We believe that this explains why there was a deafening silence from the Premier when the city herded the homeless into the concentration camps of Strandfontein. Courage would have been to work with faith-based communities and NGOs to find local decentralized solutions for the homeless. The silence was about appeasing the base voters of the DA who have been unwilling to support the homeless. This explains the deafening silence when the city proceeded with evictions during lockdown, actions which were held to be unlawful by our courts. While the majority of people in our province support the need to reverse apartheid spatial planning, our Premier, under the clear instruction of the DA, has decided to appeal the Tafelberg judgment. Yesterday, the Premier asked for support irrespective of party affiliation. This House needs to be reminded that it took 43 days before the DA allowed the Premier to meet leaders of opposition parties. President Ramaphosa convened party leaders immediately when the lockdown began. It was the Premier who ignored his own health department's call to ban the sale of alcohol and succumbed to pressure of industry to have the ban lifted. Once again, the Premier, on instructions from the DA, refuses to support the district development model. The real courage we need is for the Premier to unshackle himself and this provincial cabinet from the DA. Do what is best for all the people of the province, not just the DA and its funders. The Premier cannot shrug his shoulders and say that he has no control and influence over other spheres. Real bravery calls on the Premier to lead this province. To get the job done, Premier, you need to finally break from the Zilla tradition of blame and complain.
All right, I recognize the DA.
Speaker, a key component towards building society's resilience to violence is by increasing participation in sport. It can positively influence behavior of young people, particularly young people at risk. Sports further presents, Speaker, the world with a universal language and a sense of belonging. I thus welcome the resumption of sporting activities authorized by recognized bodies and subject to a range of conditions to promote safety. Speaker, however, the National Conditional Grant was cut by 22.7 million rand, which will negatively impact sport in the Western Cape, as the provincial trials for the Winter Games, the Indigenous Games, and leagues and festivals to support club development will not be taking place this year. But I further noted this in particular, Speaker, as we could have done so much more with the funds that have been cut. But also, Speaker, it is deeply concerning that in Gauteng, the Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Department is yet to provide any, and I mean any, COVID-19 financial relief to artists and athletes. Whereas here in the Western Cape, Minister Marais, together with the capable department, led the way. Speaker, I'm reminded by the sentiment echoed by the HOD, Mr. Brent Walters, when he said, let us understand that there are ways to win and there are ways to lose. Despite the limitations we face here in the Western Cape, the department embarked on a check handovers across the various districts in order to support sporting federations in their reopening efforts. The first of 6 handover events started in September, where a total of 610,000 rand was handed over to the West Coast. And on the 20th of October, 700,000 was handed over to sport facilities in Laingsburg. I welcome this initiative. We must empower, develop and build capacity, not only for the months to come, but for the well-being of young people here in the province. Speaker, as I conclude, as a province with good governance, accountability and commitment to the sports sector, we will win. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, I recognize the FF Plus, Honorable Marais.
Speaker, members, the Freedom Front Plus strongly condemns the recent call by an EFF member of parliament, presumably to start fires, and making a call for the fire brigade to arrive. We view this as akin to an act of terrorism, which has possibly led to the setting alight of a large farm in the Free State. Such irresponsible actions should form the basis for a full parliamentary inquiry, as it reflects poorly on the conduct of members of parliament, which could lead to civil unrest and anarchy if such actions are left unpunished.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Honorable members, I recognize Al-Tamar. Honorable Brenkes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MEC of Safety in the Western Cape should not fool the ordinary people living in high crime risk areas such as Delft, Hanover Park, Joe Slovo, Kailicha, Menenberg, Guguletu, etc., to name a few, that crime is under control. Whilst we commend efforts to curb crime, we call on the MEC to focus on eradicating crime. Plastering over the holes does not help the situation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Honorable members, I recognize the DA.
Honorable Speaker, this week, the Gauteng High Court provided a ruling that is a victory for the early childhood development sector and the well-being of the next generation. It ruled that the National Minister of Social Development, Minister Lindiwe Zulu, and provincial MECs must ensure complete compliance in paying subsidies to ECD centres and even to those who have not resumed operations at the current lockdown level. However, Mr. Speaker, there is one notable omission from the judgment, and that is the mention of the Western Cape. Honourable Shanez Fernandez is the only MEC to whom this ruling does not apply, specifically because the Western Cape government remains the sole province to provide ECD funding and support to 100% ECD centres at 100% of the funds, provided on time and in an open and transparent manner. According to Judge van Nieuwenhuizen, and I quote, "Since the dawn of the lockdown, and save for the Western Cape province, the payment of subsidies were either withheld or only partially paid by the remainder of the provinces. In the Western Cape, the provision of food was deemed as an essential service, and ECD kitchens were allowed to remain open. The full subsidies were paid in the Western Cape to ECDs, and vulnerable children still received daily nutrition. Caregivers at ECDs received their stipends and could at least provide for their families," and I close that quote. In fact, even before Minister Zulu was ordered by the very same court in a separate judgment to reopen ECD centres, the Western Cape had reprioritized over 10 million rand to assist ECDs in a safe, well-informed reopening in light of the COVID-19 protocols. Speaker, it is this kind of legacy with which a DA-led administration in this province provide, one that is at the forefront of mind in the restoration of dignity and hope, and one that places the interests of the next generation ahead of the next election. Given this judgment and the previous one, Minister Zulu plans to spend over 1 billion on untrained ECD compliance monitors. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes member statement, but in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, I would like to recognize a member of the executive who wishes to provide responses from the ministers. None. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. The executive has no statement to respond to. At this point, I recognize we're now moving to notices of motion. And the first motion is by Honorable Brenkes. Honorable Brenkes, I recognize you, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move with the notice. More than a month ago, a young woman wearing an Islamic modest dress and the niqab, a veil covering her face, was attacked in public in Pau by a man whose identity is known to the police. This cowardly
Honorable Brenkes.
Yes.
Honorable Brenkes. Order. Yes. We're dealing with notices of motion. You need to give notice to this parliament. The next after this one will be dealing with the motions without notice. That one qualifies for the next round. I will still recognize you later. Let me move if you don't have the notice of a motion. I now recognize the African Christian Democratic Party, Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. The African Christian Democratic Party, ACDP, moves that this House debates the recent bus robberies in Mitchell's Plain for 3 consecutive weeks on the Mandalay-Merridale bus route. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Poche.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House debates the continued rising level of crime in the Western Cape townships. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poche. I recognize Honorable Murray.
Speaker, I move with notice on behalf of the Freedom Front that this House debates strategies to manage an orderly urbanization process in the Western Cape, providing legislative to support municipalities to manage a just and equitable legal process in the treatment of unlawful land occupiers, while simultaneously protecting the rights of private landowners. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Now recognize Honorable Tago. All right, I now move to the next motion by Honorable Makamba Poche.
Thank you, Speaker. I think Honorable Member Klego is struggling with network problems, but I'll proceed with the notice, motion with the notice on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House debates the impact of the safety plan introduced by the Premier measured against the escalating crime in the Western Cape province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poche. Honorable Klego again, so let me move to Honorable Dagmo. Honorable Dagmo.
Speaker.
All right. You may proceed, Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move with notice that this House discusses the recently completed lifestyle audits in the province, and in particular the fact that the Honourable Premier decided to use the services of a private company and not to utilize the services of institutions like the Auditor General, Public Service Commission and the Public Protector, due to the fact that in the view of the Premier, this would be a conflict of interest given that he, the Premier, is in legal dispute with or has had legal disputes with these institutions. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC with notice that the Western Cape Legislature debates how the annual carnage of road users can be limited, especially the large number of pedestrians that are killed, maimed, and disfigured on narrow and dark roads of the province. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mvimbi. I now recognize Honorable Leke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move that the Western Cape Legislature debates the clear inflammatory role of EFF darling Helen Zille in Senegal, where tension ran high and she announced to go to support, which is also viewed as cheap and publicity seeking by the DA National Chairperson. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Leke. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move with notice that the Western Cape Legislature debates the World Health Organization's stand that proclaimed to follow a herd immunity approach with a dangerous and little understood pandemic like COVID-19 would be unethical. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Van Vogel again.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move with notice that the Western Cape Legislature debates the present rising number of COVID-19 infections in notably the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Van Vogel again.
Thank you,
Honorable Van
Speaker.
Vogel.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move with notice that the Western Cape Legislature debates calls by the Honourable Premier Ellen Windey to lift all COVID-19 lockdown measures, which in turn and on the heels of his calls led to a flare-up of the pandemic in the Western Cape and causes a large number of matric learners to go to a Claremont drinking place where they contracted the dreaded disease that could cause them to only write their final exams next year. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Smith. Honorable Smith. All right. Honorable members, that concludes notices of motions. Now let us move to motions without notice. I recognize. Are you there, Honorable Smith?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
You may proceed, Honorable Smith, if you are there.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move a motion with notice that the Western Cape Legislature debates the ongoing attacks, assault, and robbery by criminals on emergency staff serving the poor living in townships, like luring firefighters into a trap in Wallace Dean and injuring them, and also attacking law enforcement officials. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable members, that concludes notices of motion. We now move to motions without notice. I recognize Honorable Brankes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Al-Jamaa moves without notice that more than a month ago, a young woman wearing the Islamic modest dress and the niqab, a veil covering her face, was attacked in public in Paarl by a man whose identity is known to the police. This cowardly act amounts to gender-based violence and slanderous comments against the Islamic faith. The woman, Ashika Benjamin, received an injury to her face and was left traumatized. The incident happened in broad daylight as she was on her way to assist her brother at his workstation in Northern Paarl. He further threatened to stab her and also threatened her and her father with a firearm. He was arrested a month after the attack and subsequently appeared in the Paarl Magistrate Court yesterday. Why is it so difficult for the Western Cape SAPS to have arrested the culprit sooner? He was surely a danger to the public and specifically to the traumatized woman he attacked. We cannot condone such lack of will from our SAPS when ordinary citizens are being attacked and threatened. This culprit should have been arrested.
Honorable Brankes, thank you. There is a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Murray?
Speaker, can you rule whether this is
Your mic is not.
It is on. Speaker, this is a statement. This is a motion. It's not a motion at all. What we are now dealing with is motions without notice. What does the honourable member move? This is a statement, it's not a motion.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Honourable Brenkes, did you get that point of order?
Yes, Speaker, I got that point of order. This is indeed a motion, Speaker.
Are you done now, Honourable Brenkes?
I'm done, Speaker.
All right, thank you. I now recognize Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker,
Point
the
of order, Mr.
ACDP.
Speaker.
Is somebody there?
All right, honourable members, Honourable Christians, will you please take your seat? Honourable Chief Whip, what's your point of order?
Apologies for interrupting, Mr. Speaker. Usually a motion without notice needs to be carried by the House. You haven't put the question to the House, but I'm also not clear on what Honourable Brinkhays is asking of the House.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. I think what the Speaker can ask of the House is whether the honourable members, if there are any objections to the motion being read without notice, and whether there are objections to the motion itself. There's an objection to the motion itself from Honourable Murray. The motion will be printed in the order paper. I now move to the next, Honourable Member Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker of the African Christian Democratic Party, ACDP, in the Western Cape, would like to congratulate the Justice Desk Babodo Club, also known as TJD, on the 2 years of educating girl survivors of sexual abuse and gender-based violence in Ayanga. Speaker, the TJD has been active in Ayanga for the past 2 years. They focus on self-defense and fitness, female empowerment and leadership, and also access to mental health care support for girls between the ages of 9 and 19. Jessica Dewhurst, CEO of TJD, stated that watching the incredible transformation of these girls are truly amazing. Dewhurst is of the opinion that not only that the only way to dismantle the drivers of GBV is to challenge the patriarchal societal norms. One of the unnamed survivors also said, and I quote, that she now knows that they as women and children to speak out if they are abused, and that they don't have to shrink themselves to make themselves feel big around the abusers, close quote. Speaker, the ACDP wants to congratulate TJD, and we hope that other organizations will follow suit. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
Clarity, Chairman. I just want a point of clarity. Otherwise, I would follow in the same steps. I believe a motion is, I move that this house, blah, blah, blah. If I get up here and say, Mr. Chairman, yesterday somebody smacked me in the street and I was bleeding and I went home and my wife cried on my shoulder, that is not a motion. So I'm now confused.
The Speaker should determine that.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Honourable members, I'm putting a question to the House. We can object or raise the objection in the manner in which the question is put to the House, Honourable Murray. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the question, to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. Now I move to the next motion. Honorable Tlheko, I'm assuming that you're still not present. Now we go to Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of Good, I move a motion without notice that the Western Cape Provincial Parliament extends our heartfelt congratulations to Doctors Cherise Domingo and Riyad Dunn, two outstanding South Africans from Cape Town, for their remarkable achievements in science and technology. Next week, Doctors Domingo and Dunn will be keynote speakers at the Formlabs Global Summit, which celebrates innovators who are shaping the future of manufacturing, from desktop printing to digital factories. Cherise and Riyad established Africa Makes 3D Printing for Development and have pioneered 3D printing for the benefit of the health sector in Africa, working to overcome the challenges of affordable access to healthcare products under the motto, Made for Africa, Made in Africa. Cherise and Riyad embrace 3D printing as the fourth industrial revolution technology that will drive the future of emerging economies. Right here from Cape Town, they are demonstrating the true meaning of 4IR, innovation and how to harness technology to make a business, and how to make a profound impact in the lives of people across the African continent. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
No.
No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. I now move to Honorable Makamba Boje.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the EFF, I rise on the motion without notice that the post office in Mainland, situated in the Nestle Center inside the University of Stellenbosch campus, is refusing residents to collect their 350 COVID-19 social assistance grants. Instead, the post office placed a notice in its doors referring these poor residents to areas such as Paarl, Somerset West, Eastern River, and Kills River without any valid explanation. This comes after it was reported that certain white people in the campus are uncomfortable with the presence of a number of Black people queuing in that post office to collect their grants. This is only the post office in the Stellenbosch area, and the other alternative area proposed are very far from these poor and vulnerable residents who cannot even afford traveling fares. The EFF condemns this racist behavior in the strongest terms. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boje. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now move to Honorable Allen.
Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House extends its sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Colonel Charles Kinnear, noting that his death is a loss to his family, to his friends, but also to the entire safety fraternity within our province, and calls for this case to be dealt with the level of seriousness that it deserves. And that our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends as we continue to mourn his death. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now move to Honorable Makamba Boje.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF on the motion without notice that the robbery that took place at the Khayelitsha Art School and Rehabilitation Center on Saturday, 10th October 2020, 6 gunmen entered the theater and held hostage 40+ children and their director inside the premises. The gunmen subsequently robbed everyone in the building of their belongings and left them traumatized. One child with special need had to be rushed off to hospital as a result of heart complications due to the traumatic experience of that incident. The director of the theater has since left the province and into hiding due to the ongoing threats from these criminals. EFF calls on the law enforcement authorities to intervene on the escalating crime in our townships. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now move to Honorable Maseko.
Speaker, my address on this member Maseko has got signal problems, so I'm reading her motion.
I'm advised that in terms of the rules, we may not allow that.
Okay.
Honorable Potter.
Your rule, thanks.
Honorable Speaker, my address.
President has been said already.
President.
What president?
May I request the table staff to advise the speaker? I'm sitting here guided by what they advised that we cannot. I don't want to create confusion. I'll just take 1 minute. I'll come back to you on that, Honorable Potter. You can have coffee, honorable members. House is governed by its rules, but there's also a precedence in the House. But I don't get the precedence as per the advice from the table staff. And in terms of Rule 152, it says, the Rule 152 says, a member may give notice of a motion on behalf of an absent member, provided that the member has been authorized to do so by the absent member. And in terms of this rule, I may allow a person, an honorable member, to deliver a motion, but that has got to be done with the authority of the other member. Now, I don't know what other precedence has been with dealing with the rules here. And Rule 152 allows, provided that you have been authorized, duly authorized to do so. Honorable Bota, do you have that authorization?
Speaker, is this authorization from the member who motion it actually is? Yes.
From the member whose name is written on the motion?
Yes, affirmative.
Well, you may proceed, Honorable Bota.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House notes with sadness the passing of Dr. Anwar Najia. Dr. Najia served as the chairperson of the District 6.
Point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Bota, will you please take your seat? Honorable Maran and Honorable Leke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, there was a precedent that was set before. There's a but there. There was an argument raised by the Chief Whip to say if there is an authorization from the other member, that must be communicated prior the motion is to be read. But now in this case, we're getting a member that has not even communicated to us that there's an apology of a particular nature. I'm saying this, Chair, because it affected the ANC initially, where I did not communicate with the Chief Whip what the circumstances were. And as a result, the ruling was that that particular motion will not be read. And in the next occasion, I duly communicated that a specific member had problems connecting. And in that instance, I was then given a go-ahead that a particular member can therefore read on behalf of the other members. So I'm not sure what exactly members are saying that there is a precedent when it has two different instances where this thing of reading a motion on behalf of another matter of another member took place, because there are two situations here. As a chief whip, I communicate with the chief whip of the ruling party that this is the crisis, and thereafter I'll be given an authorization that someone else can then read that motion. So I really need some clarity in relation to this inconsistent ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. The Honorable Maran, and then I've got Honorable Makamba Pocha, and I've got Honorable Kama. If it is on the same point, I just read Rule 152, but I want to hear what the honorable members say. I truly wish the honorable members could help by ensuring that the rules are applied. And Rule 152 does not, let me just read Rule 152 again. A member may give notice of a motion on behalf of an absent member, provided that the member has been authorized to do so by the absent member. Now, that is in the event of a notice of a motion, and on motions without notice, that is a different case. They are silent on that, except if there is the rules are silent on motions without notice. Now, it makes sense why there is a debate about this matter. Can I request that instead of us having a debate on this matter, we do not entertain this debate, but we wait until the rules are amended? Because currently, there's nothing explicit before me that suggests that we can allow the members to read motions without notice from a member who's absent from the House. So I withdraw my suggestion to Honorable Porter, and therefore the motion will not be read. Can I get the note from the House that you have given me?
Honorable Speaker, can I rise on order?
I've got Honorable Maran, I've got Honorable Makamba Poja, and I've got Honorable Kama, and then Honorable Mitchell.
Speaker, I'm basically covered by the Honorable Lega on this particular matter, and I also think that you have gave clarity and leadership on this particular issue. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Honorable Maran. As long as we understand there are two sets of motions, the motions with the notices of a motion when notice is given, and a motion without notice, and we're dealing now currently with a motion without notice. And that is where we are, and that is where I'm saying rules don't make provision for a member to read such a motion, except the member herself should be reading that motion. I now give Honorable Makamba Pocha an opportunity. What's your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. No, I was just going to raise a point of consistency on this particular issue, because currently I'm sitting with a challenge whereby Member Kleko is struggling with the network problems where he's sitting, and he's been sent from pillar to post by the Chief Whip and Mr. Paul in terms of this matter. So now that you've made a ruling that it's not going to happen, so I was going to raise an issue of consistency now that the member author was about to read his the notice without the notice on behalf of a member who's absent in the House. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boje. That request would have, who's making noise now? That request would have sufficed if it was in line with the notice of a motion. Then Rule 152 would have assisted you. But in terms of motions without notice, Rule 150 does not make such a provision. But there seems to be an appetite from members to allow for this, especially given the lay of the land. But you must deal with it in terms of the current amendment of the rules that we are dealing with, led by Honorable Mitchell from the Rules Committee. Honorable Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Speaker, I respect your reversal of your ruling. However, I want to categorically state that the reversal of the decision was done on a point of order, and I want to refer the House to Rule 66.3 that a point of order cannot be raised on a point of order. And Honourable Botha raised the point of order when she asked for clarity. I also want to refer to Rule 67, where it categorically states in the rules that a member can act on behalf of an absent member. We are all honourable members, and we cannot question the integrity of Honourable Botha, where she informed the House that she has got the approval of the member, the absent member, to act on that member's behalf. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mitchell. Your point of order is not sustained in terms of what we are dealing with. In terms of motions, it is specific, and unfortunately, we have to deal with the rules. This is not any other debate. This is specific on motions without notice, and Rule 150 is specific, and I'm dealing with that in terms of the rules. And unfortunately, these are our rules, and I have to respect them as the presiding officer.
Clearly,
Honorable Wenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see I've got a message from Honourable Maseko, who has now changed devices and is now able to hear the proceedings and is online. Would you permit her to then read her motion, please?
She is very much welcome to deal with, to deliver her motion. Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House notes with sadness the passing of Dr. Anwar Nahia. Dr. Nahia served as a chairperson of the District 6 Beneficiary and Redevelopment Trust, the founder of the District 6 Museum and the Al-Kaf Human Rights Center and Palestine Museum. The District 6 Beneficiary and Redevelopment Trust has championed the cause of claimants since its establishment in 1998. He was also the chairman of multiple NGOs, which includes the Mustadafin Foundation, which feeds approximately 1.2 million people a year and is one of the largest relief and feeding schemes in the country. In the 1980s, Dr. Nadia established learnerships for adult basic education in clothing factories, and in the mid-1990s, as the deputy chairperson of the Western Cape Nursing Council, he fought for the protection of the Woodstock and Somerset Hospital for the continued use of those facilities for their communities.
Thank you, Honourable Maseko, honourable members.
That was a statement, Honourable
Honourable Maran, you have not been recognized. You are being unruly now. Let me mute you there. Thank you for muting yourself. Thank you. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honourable Bartman.
Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House expresses its sincerest, heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of late Professor Daniel Plaatjes, who passed away on Saturday, 10 October. Notes that Professor Plaatjes served as the esteemed chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission since 2017, has been a towering figure in the academic field and dedicated civil servant whose advice and counsel on public policy, finance, and governance has been of great value to both the province and the country. Commends the legacy of Professor Plaatjes as the founder of the Rosemead Institute, former head of the School of Governance at the University of Witwatersrand, and played a fundamental role in the establishment of the South African Social Security Agency. Acknowledges with utmost respect that Professor Plaatjes was furthermore an executive civil servant and researcher at public institutions such as the National Treasury and Human Sciences Research Council, and pays tribute to Professor Plaatjes as a dedicated individual who worked for the good of the country and truly understood the challenges that South Africa faces. He dedicated his life to facing those challenges in a dedicated effort to the upliftment of all. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Bartman. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to, on behalf of the African National Congress, move without notice that this House acknowledges the address by President Ramaphosa made to the joint sitting on the 15th of October and welcomes the plans and interventions which have been announced by the President, both in regard to the need to boost public employment and to work with the private sector in growing jobs in an inclusive manner, while at the same time not dropping our guard in regard to the ongoing fight against the pandemic caused by COVID-19. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House notes the tragic passing of Provincial Traffic Officer Willis Smith, who lost his life whilst in service for the Provincial Traffic in Worcester. Extend its sincere condolences to the Smith family, friends, and loved one of Officer Smith. Acknowledges that Officer Smith was a dedicated official who is described as respectable, obedient, and one who was committed to serving others, and calls for a swift, thorough investigation, noting that a case of culpable homicide was registered. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mitchell. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move a motion without notice on behalf of the ANC that the Western Cape Legislature note some of the most horrific road accidents took place during the past month, with 4 people who died on the N1 in a head-on truck collision between Three Sisters and Beaufort West. 7 people died in a crash between a bug and a car on the N2 on Saturday between Rand and Storm River. A baby is one of the injured taken to hospital. A 27-year-old traffic officer died on his way to an accident scene near Worcester when his car also crashed. 2 other people died and a third was critically injured. And I'll calls on for a new provincial strategy to be investigated before the upcoming peak season. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mvimbi. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. The motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move a motion without notice that this House
notes the average of 10% increase in COVID-19 cases across the country, recognizes that a resurgence of COVID-19 is defined by the National Department of Health as an increase of more than 20% in new cases over a 7-day period. Further notes that the Western Cape has recorded an increase of 13.65% of COVID-19 cases over the past 7 days, which does not constitute a resurgence per definition. Welcomes the provincial government's ongoing data-led strategy to manage hotspot and bushfire locations, acknowledges that there has been no increase in the positivity rate recorded in hospital admissions in the Western Cape, and that the province's recovery rate exceeded 90% at its peak. Further welcomes the transparency of the Western Cape government in its distribution of data and critical information to all residents. Calls on other provinces to emulate the Western Cape's transparency and data-driven strategy, and for National Minister of Health, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, to ensure the compliance of all provinces in this regard. Further urges residents to remain vigilant and committed to the 5 golden rules in order to limit the spread of COVID-19. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to, on behalf of the ANC, move without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes the snubbing of our Provincial Public Service Commissioner, Mr. Leonard Goosen, at a recent standing committee meeting where his report was discussed without him having been invited to participate in this particular meeting. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, the objection have been noted. The motion will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Maseko. Honorable Maseko. All right. Let us now move to Honorable Said.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes that there are various serious challenges which continue to deepen inequality in education in our province, with reference to schools that are not safe and broken fences not being fixed. Also with references to closures of schools arbitrarily, and there are various schools to mention in this regard: Eitzig High School, Graafwater High School, and Wellington's Voor Groenberg Primary School, to name but a few. And the untenable situation at the Ottery Youth Care Centre, which also includes allegations of corruption and mismanagement, and the unstable learner transport due to tensions between WCED and small bus operators with no contingency plans in place, and the high rate of unplaced learners in poor and working class communities, and that this House demands that these matters are addressed before the 2021 academic year. I so move.
Objection.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, are there any objection to the motion being read without notice?
Yes.
There's an objection. Your motion will be printed in the order paper, Honorable Said. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Botha.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House wishes all matriculants well in their National Senior Certificate examinations, which began on the 21st of October, but for all participants on the 5th of November 2020. That this House notes that this is the biggest exam to be administered under the unprecedented circumstances, and that we all call on and encourage learners to commit to finish, as obtaining one's NSC opens many opportunities. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Botha. Honorable members, are there no objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now move to Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes the great successes by the police in the battle against crime and commends SAPS and all agencies on finding back 5 million rands worth of stolen jewelry, 12 cell phones and cash in Bellville South and Stickland, and arrested 2 suspects. Note the arresting of a Pakelsdorp man for murder after stabbing his pregnant girlfriend several times. Also note a Marina Dagama couple was attacked on Saturday. The 65-year-old Francis Carter was stabbed to death, and her 71-year-old husband William survived despite a shot in the abdomen. Note a man was caught near Danone for having a bag with 12 illegal handguns. And note 2 Krafontein suspects of 17 and 18-year-olds appeared in a court on Monday after Duran Fisagi got hit in the head by a stray bullet and the machines were switched off. 4 kids were helped with donor organs. And note new information were received about the controversial relationship between boys of the Posh School bishops and former teacher Fiona Viotti, given by an eyewitness. Also note 3 people, including a pastor and his fiancée, appeared in George Court for a 2018 knife murder on a 25-year-old woman on whose life a 3 million rand policy was taken out. And note the 25-year-old rapist of an 8-year-old neighbor's child was sentenced in Bellville Court to 15 years in jail. And lastly, note that 2 male suspects appeared in the Bellville court after 2 Oak Glen sisters, aged 83 and 76-year-old, were attacked and robbed, and wish the police Godspeed and community support in executing their task. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House commends the Department of Community Safety for its launch of one of the 3 K9 units, with the first being in the West Coast. That this House welcomes the successful deployment of over 400 learner law enforcement officers under the Law Enforcement Advancement Program, and acknowledges these interventions by the Provincial Department of Community Safety that supplements and enhance the role of the South African Police Service to build a safer Western Cape for all. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable Leke, I see your hand is up. Is it inadvertently up, or you want to raise a point of order? All right, I guess it's an omission which will have to lower your own hand. Thank you for that. I now recognize Honorable Pans.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes traditional initiation ceremonies that usually take place in winter and that could not be held so far due to the COVID-19 lockdown will start in December, says traditional leaders. Further notes the need for all places of initiation to be prepared as soon as possible by authorities. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Pans. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Porter.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House congratulates former principal of Harold Cressy High School, Victor Ricci, on his 90th birthday, that this House acknowledges the excellent role he played in the education as principal at Harold Cressy for 37 years. Mr. Ricci also received an honorary degree in education from the University of Cape Town, along with many other awards and accolades. We commend him for his exemplary leadership and wish him a happy birthday. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Porter. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Congolese Movement, the African National Congress, a motion without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes more eviction of farm workers and other residents are continuing to take place, despite restrictions against it, like now with people dumped next to a Kryventon road. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. Honorable members, are there no objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House welcomes the reopening of the Zeitz Museum of Contemporary Art Africa, calls on local artists to participate in their reopening exhibition free of charge, and notes that every participant will receive an admission ticket to use in the museum for a period of 3 months, and welcomes the platform created for local artists, collectors, and other artistic creative individuals alike. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, are there no objections to the motion being read without notice? Any objection to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes development plans to change the soon-to-be redundant Newlands Rugby Stadium into a residential complex for more than 1,000 students. I so.
Thank you, Honorable Barnes. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself?
Sorry, Speaker, I didn't know what the member was asking for, so I missed that part. I do apologize.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. May you please take your seat. Honorable Barnes, will you please read your motion again?
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes development plans to change the soon-to-be redundant Newlands Rugby Stadium into a residential complex for more than 1,000 students. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Barnes. Again, I put the question. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. Thank you, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, the People's Movement, I move a motion without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes many aspects seriously question the fact that former Subs Colonel Chris Prinsloo is out on bail after serving 4 of his 18-year jail sentence of 2016 for his role in supplying about 5 million worth of guns to Cape gangs. and also notes that the alleged assassin of the top gang cop, Lieutenant Colonel Carl Kinnear, is probed as the suspected Zain Killian is not a registered private investigator as previously claimed. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Leka.
I'll pass, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Leka. Honorable members, that concludes the notices of motions. That concludes the motions without notice. And that brings us to the end of our business for the day. Thank you very much, honorable members, and the table staff and the people of this province. That concludes the business for the day. House is adjourned.
Thanks, Speaker. Thanks for your clear leadership.